case number CU-15-0077. Finally, the board discussed agenda item number 4, which was to confer with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation and the initiation of litigation pursuant to subdivisions D4 of Government Code Section 54956.9. This matter involved 4 cases. At this time, the board took no reportable action. The remainder of the closed session agenda will be discussed following the close of the regular session. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. So moving on our agenda, I'll move to item C, presentations and recognitions. We have from the Board of Supervisors to receive information on the 2016 Saddle Horse Show and Rodeo and the Downtown Parade, and the Saddle Horse Show to be held June 24th through the 26th at Bellotto Park. Mr. Cieo, do we have a representation?
Yes, we do.
A representative?
Good morning. My name is Avery Heppel. I'm one of the 4 contestants for the Miss San Bernardino Rodeo contest. So starting off our week on Saturday, June 18th at 9 a.m. is the Memorial Ranch Rodeo held at Bellotto Park. Admission is free. And at 10 a.m. will be the Miss San Bernardino Rodeo contest. It is also free. Sunday, June 19th, beginning at 8 a.m., the figure 8 eliminations, and immediately following that will be the jackpot roping, and at 1:30 the association barbecue. Thursday, the 23rd, the San Bernardino Saddle Horse Show Parade located downtown will begin at 6:15. Friday, June 24th, at 8 a.m., the rodeo eliminations will begin, and at 7:30 the performance will begin. On Saturday, at 9:30, the halter horse show in the paddock area will begin, and the rodeo performance starts at 1:30. The family barbecue, which is a New York steak dinner, is immediately following the rodeo at 5 p.m. Tickets are sold there at the door. Adults are $25, children 6 through 12 are $8, and under 6 are free. Sunday, the rodeo performance will begin at 1:30, and immediately following the awards will be the awards ceremony. Prices for the rodeo entrance are adults are $10 and toddlers to 11 years old are $5.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Audrey Little. I am also one of the 4 contestants this year for the competition of Miss San Bernardino Rodeo. I'm very honored to represent the Saddle Horse Association here this morning, and I thank you for having us. This morning, I'd like to talk a little bit about the history of the association and the rodeo. Many of you may not know the Saddle Horse Association was founded in 1929. It took a break during the course of World War II, which makes this year our 83rd annual Saddle Horse Show and Rodeo. So we're very proud to say that we have a long history and tradition in San Bernardino County. Our show and rodeo has become a very popular occasion of life in San Bernardino County, and tickets can be very hard to come by if you don't get them early, because everyone does look forward to it so much. A very popular mainstay for the weekend is the Western Art and Equipment Show, where artisans from all over California, and especially from here in San Bernardino County, they display their handmade wares in a vendor tent outside of the grandstands. That event in itself was started in 1996 and has been held every year since, and it has generated its own group of avid fans and people who really look forward to that event as well. The Association Museum was built in 1991, and it still stands today. We have a lot of cool, we have pictures, and we have saddles, and we have bridles, and bits and spurs, and everything that's related to the rodeo and the show itself can be found there. I do encourage you, if you do have a chance to come out and see our rodeo performances, I encourage you to stop by the Association Museum, because it's very interesting to see the 83 years and what has come about from all of that time. The very first Miss San Bernardino Rodeo contest, that was held in 1939, and in that year, Jean Medeiros was crowned queen. The contest has been held off and on throughout the years. It did take a break during the years of World War II, but it started up again in 1991 and has been held every year since, so I'm very proud to be a part of that tradition as well. We are very proud to say that San Bernardino County has produced champions who are named in the Cowboy Hall of Fame in Oklahoma City. These amazing and talented cowboys and cowgirls are Charlie McGeaney, Johnny Schneider, Gene Rambo, John Bumgardner, and Lola Galley. So that's what I had. Does anyone have any questions for me that or Avery that we can hopefully answer for you.
Are there any questions from members of the board or any comments?
Just a comment that we really appreciate you being here and giving us all this information. We're very proud of what you do in representing San Benito County, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. And thank you for, are there any other comments, questions? Right, and I just want to, say thank you for being here this morning. And certainly you guys represent what's great about San Benito, right? And that's our agricultural heritage and the fact that we do have this event. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So moving on, we'll move on to item D, which is our public comment. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. No action may be taken by this board unless it is provided by Government Code Section 54954.2. Madam Clerk,
Yes.
do we have any speaker cards?
Is Aurelio Zuniga?
Zuniga, Mr. Zuniga.
Okay, thank you. My name is Aurelio Zuniga. I reside here in Hollister. Well, first of all, let me get my glasses on. I would like to ask the board if you would be willing to adopt a resolution giving the Gavilan College Board of Trustees and President Gonzala a vote of no confidence because of their misuse of Measure E bond funds. I would like to remind the board that in the early summer of 2014, a majority of this board and 5 concerned taxpayers, myself included, signed a letter asking the Gavilan Board of Trustees to stop using Measure E bond funds on the Police Academy in Coyote Valley because the Police Academy in Coyote Valley was not on the specific project list approved by the voters in 2004. Therefore, spending Measure E bond funds on this project was a clear violation of Prop 39. The accountability requirements of Prop 39 must include a list of the specific projects to be funded and a statement that the bond funds may be used only for those projects. The Police Academy at the Coyote Valley sites was not one of those projects. In addition, if you look at the specific project list of projects that was provided to the auditors from this last performance audit, guess what project was missing from their list? The Police Academy was not on their list. That's more proof that it was not approved and it was not on the list of projects. In February of 2016, Marty Reichman asked the City Council and the Board of Supervisors in an email to consider passing a resolution giving the Gavilan Board of Trustees a vote with no confidence also. I believe Marty and I are in agreement that the Gavilan Board of Trustees are in violation of Prop 39. As elected officials, you represent all of the voters and taxpayers in San Benito County. The Board of Supervisors giving a vote of no confidence for their misconduct would send a strong message to the Gavilan Board of Trustees and President Kinsella. I believe it would be greatly appreciated by all the voters and taxpayers in San Benito County. I hope that you will consider this request and add this topic in a future agenda. And I would like to close by saying one more thing. When you have a college president and elected officials that refuse to abide by the law, the voters and the taxpayers are left to wonder, what good is Prop 39? Thank you.
Next speaker is Omar Vasquez.
Good morning. My name is Omar Vasquez. It is with sadness and heavy heart that I stand here mourning those who lost their lives early Sunday morning at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, Florida. My heart and condolences go out to all of the victims and the families that were affected by this tragic act of violence. I also want to take the time to thank all of the first-line responders who fought endlessly to protect and save the lives of innocent people and do so every day. My heart aches because this month is designated as National LGBTQ Pride Month, and despite the recent victory of marriage equality, a milestone that represented social progress, the long-sought battle for equality continues. The LGBTQ community has suffered a great loss. As a member of this community and the LGBTQ community, I urge everyone to stand strong against hate and violence and focus on helping those around us become more open-minded and accepting of each other. Now more than ever, we must come together to spread love and kindness. Most importantly, we must never forget that regardless of race, gender, religion, or sexual preference, we are all human. We stand together in solidarity for those affected by this tragic incident. Thank you.
And thanks for those comments.
Next speaker is Susan Loeb.
Hi, good morning. My name is Susan Logue, and I'm a happy citizen of Hollister, San Bernardino County, and also president of the Friends of the San Bernardino County Free Library. The Friends would like to thank the board for your continued support of the library. Due to our partnership with NORA, the library, and the community, including the Community Foundation, Silicon Valley Gives, and Monterey Peninsula, Junior Giants, we've been able to support the library programs and its services. We helped with writing grants with the Community Foundation for the self-checkout machines, which are now operating in the library and providing much-needed relief for the staff to focus on reference library and other public services. The library is a safe and educational environment, providing computers, books, DVDs, audiobooks, foreign language, new classes online, and a vast of other services, including adult literacy, homework club, tutoring, children's story time, and this summer we'll be partnering with the library to support the summer reading program. Despite all of the Friends' attempts to assist the library and its services, we still need more financial commitment from the county and the city to increase services. This is well known. The need for more tutoring space is essential to help our youth, especially those being served by the Youth Alliance. We are unable to provide tutoring not because we can't find the volunteers, but because there is no available area in the library to implement the program. The library is full with clients most days, and an empty table is really hard to find. The increase of hours to a Saturday and an increase in the daily hours would be a wise investment for the county to consider. The citizens of our county are in great need, and if we can see their needs, and then we need to do something about it. The possibility of expanding the library space to the COE would help meet the needs of limited capacity in the library. Also, increasing the library's budget would help create a permanent workforce which can be depended on to further the best interests of the library and our community. Thank you for your time, and please go to sbcfriends.org for more information, or if you'd like to become more involved, and thank you again.
Next speaker is Jennifer Coyle.
Jennifer Coyle, community member, resident of Hollister since 2001. I believe the massacre in Orlando offers the County Board of Supervisors an opportunity for leadership in promoting peace and violence prevention in 4 ways. 1, promote acceptance of LGBTQ community members. 2, promote tolerance and protection of Americans who are Muslim and or look like their origin is from a Middle Eastern country. 3, further support for mental health services. 4, promote gun control of AR-15s in our county. For me, the Orlando massacre is personal. I have a gay brother, I have had gay roommates, I have dear gay friends here and elsewhere. I saw my daughter on Sunday, she doesn't live here now, she could not stop crying over the idea that someone had mowed down LGBT people who were just out to enjoy music and dancing. She was in the Gay Straight Alliance at San Benito High School 2006 to 2010. We have LGBTQ people in our community among us of all ages, and I want to be sure they feel safe. I want to tell my daughter that this board has taken a stand against hate and prejudice. On the second point about Muslim and appearance, Pam Rocco, the wife of Dr. Bob Rocco, has told me that Dr. Bob is often stopped on the street with people speaking to him in Arabic or Farsi. But he's Sicilian. His grandparents were Sicilian. Although I must say, when I lived in northern Italy, the northern Italians call Sicilians Africans. But hey, I am a member of the Japanese American Citizens League San Benito chapter, founded in 1935 in San Juan Bautista. Immediately after 9/11, and again last fall after the San Bernardino shooting, the Japanese American Citizens League was the first in the country to speak up against any proposals to round up or imprison Muslims or brown-looking people en masse. The Japanese Americans living here in San Benito County were interned in prison camps during World War II, even though 60% of them were American citizens. Never again, for any group, is the message of the Japanese American Citizens League and hopefully this board. Number 3, mental health services. We do have a great department here, but the shooter in Orlando was untreated bipolar, it seems. We're still getting more facts. So please review our services. Are we missing anybody, underserved? And then third, the gun control of AR-15s. Hey, we stopped fracking. I don't think there's a gun sales per se store fixed location in our county, but if people can order it online and deliver it by UPS and FedEx, can we put up a ban at our boundaries? Because Margie, you're on the school board. Think of young people. Do we want a massacre at Sunny Slope the way they had in Sandy Hook? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coyle.
Next speaker is Marty Richmond.
Good morning, members of the board. Marty Richmond from Hollister. I'd like to associate myself with the comments concerning Gavilan. I'd like to associate myself with the first speaker concerning the terrorist attack. I want to point out, just want to mention it, we're very self-centered in many ways. Since that terrorist attack in Orlando, there have been more terrorist attacks. This is not just against the gay community. The attack in San Bernardino, as mentioned by a previous speaker, was not against the gay community. Terrorism is a problem worldwide. Most Americans probably don't know there was another terrorist attack in France since the shooting in Orlando. So I hope anything you say will condemn terrorism everywhere against everybody, no matter what the reason. So now to my main reason for speaking. I'd like to thank those members of the community who voted for Measure P. Measure P didn't make it. We needed 66 2/3%, and we fell pretty far short, to be honest with you. But the people who did vote for Measure P voted to try and help themselves. Yes, the world would be a better place if the state of California would pony up the amount of bucks they owe us to fix the roads and many other things. But that's not the way it works right now. I hope in the future we try again. I'm not for chasing lost causes at any price, but I do think it's worth our while. I want to point out again, for those people who don't know me personally, I have nothing to gain from Measure P. I don't commute. I am retired. Luckily for me, the street in front of my house happens to be recently new and in very good condition, and I don't really drive very many places. But the vast majority of about half of our population that works commutes, and they bring $990 million a year in earnings back into this community. I don't think most people know that, and that's about 3 times the raw value before processing of our agriculture business here. And so that's a big business. That's a lot of people, and there's a lot of families that rely on that. It's terrible that they have to sit on the road for 2 or 3 hours to come home on a rainy night on Route 25 and risk their life on a crossover head-on collision. So I hope in the future that more people in the community will see the benefit of fixing the roads because you're paying to fix your car when it hits a pothole. So it's pay me now or pay me a lot more later. And I hope in the future they will support this. And thank you for your time.
Anyone else wishing to provide comments? Now's the time to do so. Mr. Snow, we will certainly get the microphone ready, and you can be next.
Yes. Hello, my name's Gregory Rivera, resident here in Hollister. You know, my family's been here since 1932. I rise today asking Board of Supervisors to rise and stand with every LGBT community member in this county. You know, back in 2008 when we had Prop 8, I joined an organization called Marriage Equality USA. We collected at the farmers market the names of over 8,000 people in this county. You know, that's just the tip of the iceberg. The statistic is 10% of the community at large is LGBT. What we find in the internet, it's much greater. I ask my Board of Supervisors, I have shook each and every one of your hands. I might have helped you in one way or another. This isn't a choice. You know, we have to realize that LGBT people have been here since the creation of man. And I ask you all to do something about this. You as our community leaders, Jerry, Mr. Botello, Mr. Munzer, Robert, I don't know where my supervisor is, Jaime de la Cruz, Margie. I ask you that you do something, an LGBT commission, something. I really would like to thank this young gentleman for rising and speaking his voice, as well as Jennifer and whoever else did. But this has got to stop. And how about the ban of AR-15s? You know, why don't we go back to the musket? That was the real gun. You don't need an AR-15 to hunt. I have friends that still hunt with bow and arrows. It's ridiculous. And we do need to ban those guns. You know, my last point I'm going to make is to the religious people. You know, I come from a very religious family. My mom and dad are religious. But, you know, you have to ask yourself something, and you don't need to answer it today, right now, tomorrow, or even this month for that matter. But you really have to ask yourself, how many more gay people have to be born before you realize that God actually wants us around? So thank you.
And thank you for those comments.
Mr. Snow?
Hello, Board of Supervisors. It's unfortunate I get the condolences to Florida, Orlando. I know it's same-sex people in Los Angeles, in the Hollister, in the Florida, because I have family all over the United States, in Oklahoma. So I get the condolences for the people, and no problem for that. Where it is, we do a lot judging on people that has that what they do in their life, and have family members that are the same sex marriage, whatever. We do a lot of discrimination on people. And another thing, I want to get back to Robert, and I talked to Joe Paul on Measure P. People spoke out. You guys get money per year to do roads in the county. For the city and county, they lost $1 million to fix their roads. We're not going for that. You guys would make $240 million or more for 30 years. People spoke. Enough is enough. I wouldn't know how much it should be. And I met people at the store yesterday because they came back out of town in warm state, hot. The military people of my family and all the business people that want to invest in our city. I just came back Friday, came back Sunday. The weather's different over this hot. What's that? But the point is, You guys need to do in-network marketing. You guys have no clue. If you did KSPW on your mention fee, no committee, that $41,000, I put it out there. Show the people what's going on. And they spoke. They voted no on mention fee. And we're not seeing yesterday, right there, over there at Google. Thank you. She has confidence, trust in me, and vote for me on my position, what I'm doing for the people. We have more things for the people. We need care for the people. When I talked to Robert Wednesday, I talked before, you hung up on me. I just told Paul Gonzalez to explain to them what's going on. You guys may be all pissed off, man. City, mayor tried it, and Patel tried it. When you would know you Mr. Patel, as you then call me, email me.
If you can wrap up, Mr. Snow.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, if there are any other speakers, now's the time to speak. Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to item E, department head announcements. Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have a few announcements. We have one coming out of our Health and Human Services office, as well as our RMA department. We have Jim Riding Sword and Brent Barnes here to comment on a field trip that they took recently.
Well, I'll start. Your board authorized us to go look at a high-tech recycle center in Indianapolis, which we did on June the 1st. We want to report that we had a very positive experience there, learned a lot, and we will be coming back with a much more detailed and full report at your meeting on June the 28th. Brent?
Mr. Riding Sword was authorized to travel there. I happened to be in the neighborhood. It was truly a moving experience. We toured a very exciting, as Jim said, high-tech recycling plant that takes all kinds of materials in and turns it into profitable commodities. And it's not a for-profit operation particularly, but it is an operation that is intended to bring marginally employable people, I guess, work release and prison release folks into the work stream, and it would be a really interesting opportunity for the county here to explore. As Jim said, we will be making a longer presentation at the next meeting in June.
Thank you. We also have another one out of administration. We have Louis Valdez, our clerk of the board, he's covering right now as an interim management analyst. He will be presenting to you, or just quickly updating you with regards to Laserfish and some technology.
Okay, thank you. Members of the board, I am very pleased to be able to announce that our Laserfish project that we have been working very diligently on to put online is finally available to the general public. That means that the database and all the information that has been scanned into our previous database, Questies, is now available via Laserfish, and it is available online, completely free of charge. I just wanted to take a minute, if you will direct your sight or attention to our newly installed monitors, which the CAO, I know, is very happy about. No, we will not be having Monday night meetings in the fall, but even though that would be a great idea, I think it's a great idea, but nonetheless. So on the monitors, you will see that we have the Laserfish database available, and there are 3 folders here. One is the assessment appeals files that are now publicly available. The second one is the contracts file that we're still working on. But the third one includes the archive documents. And if you click on that folder a couple of times, you will see that all of the agenda item transmittals, the agendas, the minutes, ordinances, and resolutions that have ever been scanned up to what we have been able to scan are now available. This makes this information available not only to the public, but to the staff members who are looking for a resolution, looking for an ordinance, looking for any particular piece of information from past meetings. Saves the clerk of the board's office a great deal of time, and it makes the information readily available to the press as well, which we're very pleased with. So on this end, mission accomplished 2/3 of the way. We are now going to move on to the contracts and the mapping and the scanning of those documents into these files so that they can be readily available and included. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
So, Louis, obviously we have a lot of historical, some documents. Do you anticipate that all those will be uploaded at some point?
Yes. Well, the issue that we have, and we've shown these documents to the members of the public and the press, we have to come up with a protocol to set aside, if you will, or to scan individually the historical documents. We have documents that go back all the way to the 1800s, the late 1800s. So we want to make that available as well, and we want to differentiate between the historical documents and the contemporary documents.
Gotcha.
But we want to make those available. We have in the budget some monies to procure a commercial scanner from the same vendor that we procured this software from. So that is the plan going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that is Laserfish. I encourage everybody in the public who is interested in searching a database for that information to look at that. The second piece of information, or the second report we wanted to give, was with regard to the sales tax measure. As we heard earlier, Measure P did not pass. However, we have deadlines that are going to be coming up very soon. This board will need to contemplate some kind of decision by August 12th so we can get that on the November ballot. Sarah Fontanes, as you know, made several presentations to the board about the unincorporated sales tax and the various levels, whether it's 0.25 or 0.50 or 0.75 or 1%, whatever it is that you choose to do. That will be something that on the June 28th agenda we will report on as well, to give you an opportunity to provide staff direction. We will need to have some kind of direction fairly quickly. So that's my report. I'm happy to take any questions. If not, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Louis. We also have a few more items to present, actually request of your board. We like to strike item number 20 from the agenda. We also are requesting to move item number 34 to our June 28th meeting, and we'll be asking to pull item 35 to listen and discuss. There's a slight correction on that particular item. That's all, Mr. Chair. If you'd like me to repeat it, I can. Okay, so we like to strike item 20 from the agenda. We like to move item number 34 to June 28th, so we won't be hearing that today. And item 35, we like to have that item pulled to listen to for a slight correction. Item 35.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to item F, board announcements. I will start with Supervisor Barrios.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I attended the Pajaro River Watershed Flood Prevention Authority meeting recently, and there will still be an ongoing request from Washington for funding for the Pajaro River levee. We all know that we've been affected by flooding. If we have another severe flood, it affects us all regionally. So we have representatives going to Washington this coming month to do just that. And then we will have our legislative conference that will be inviting the Army Corps of Engineers, our local electeds, our state legislators, and hopefully I know that we'll continue the effort so that hopefully we will get funding sometime in the near future. And I want to support all those that came forward and talked about the massacre in Orlando, Florida. I think that we do have to step it up as a Board of Supervisors. The least that we can do is to have that, make that the request, make it real, and have a resolution where we do support safety and we consider all the things that were brought forward. It's a very brave thing for a lot of folks to come forward and ask those requests, but I appreciate it. I personally was affected. We have family that are gay and lesbian, and to the thought of losing one of them is more than heartbreaking. So all these folks that we lost were children, they were sons, they were sisters, they were brothers, they were friends, and like I said, it's more than heartbreaking. So I would like to make the request to go ahead and proceed with a resolution of some sort.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And thank you for that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Munzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, am appalled at what happened in Florida, and in agreeing with Marty, there's been other incidents that have come up since that. We definitely need to be praying about what's going on, not only in our land, but in the world. The terrorists, the killing, it needs to come to an end. And it is truly heartbreaking. Thank you.
Supervisor Batalla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we woke up, all of us woke up Sunday morning to the horrors of what happened in Orlando. And it's absolutely heartbreaking, whether you're from the gay community, straight, a Democrat, or a Republican. It's not what we need in this country. And we certainly have our, my wife and I, prayers to the victims of that tragedy. And we have to work as a country to avoid it and having that happen again. San Bernardino County, we're a diverse community of many cultures and orientations, and we need to absolutely support each other and celebrate that fact. And I certainly want to find ways and work with my colleagues on the board and the community to embrace our differences and use that as a strength. And we are all Americans, and we're all together. I want to thank the people that came out and voted last Tuesday. It was a low voter turnout, but it's a privilege and honor to serve as a District 2 supervisor and serve San Bernardino County as a whole. I'm humbled by it and look forward to working hard for the next 4.5 years. On the downside, Measure P did fail. And there hasn't been too many meetings that I haven't talked about the condition of our roads and the absolute necessity that we address it. I was pleased that our management analyst mentioned that we need to agendize what this board's to do going forward. I certainly think that it's critical that we do something with local revenue to bring the maintenance to our roads to a proper level. I'm having a hard time right now justifying the general tax ahead of the special tax, in the fact that maybe there may be some folks that will say, well, pass the 1% and use half of that cent to fix roads. It's not the same money. We need the special tax to leverage state revenue to help us with state highway projects as well as fixing our local city and county roads. It's not the same thing, and we really need to discuss this as a community to your leaders, the councils, and this Board of Supervisors, as well as ourselves, to develop a strategy going forward. So I'm looking forward to that discussion at some point in the near future. And last, Mr. Chairman, I certainly hope you decide to take up the issue that Mr. Zuniga mentioned during public comment. I, as a tax-paying citizen of San Bernardino County, am very upset with the Gavilan College for the lack of investment in our community. And I voted for that tax thinking that was a happen. and it's not going to unless we put the political pressure on that Gavilan board and make our voices heard. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. And so regarding the Gavilan issue, I think, Ray, what we should do is maybe, if they're willing, I can appoint Supervisor Margie Barrios and Anthony Botello to work with you to kind of talk about some options, whether we do want to do a letter or resolution. Maybe you guys can report back at our next meeting.
I'll accept. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then the second thing is, yes, I'm glad that we did have a, it was brought to our attention about the tax and the deadlines. I know we've been talking about a general tax, whether we move forward with the general tax or maybe even switch our gears to a special tax. I think we have to have that discussion soon. So maybe if everyone's willing, we can have a special meeting. Maybe we can schedule a special meeting. You and I can talk some dates or something.
Yeah, we had tentatively planned to have a sales tax meeting on the 28th. So that was the plan.
I think that's going to be enough time between then.
I think that's enough time. Louis, if you wouldn't mind getting up, commenting on that, because we have, I believe, one more board meeting after. Well, actually, we have till August 12th. So we have July as well to meet and to confirm that. Louis?
We do have enough time to do that. It will have bearing, however, on the budget. You may want to consider that as well. So if we need to agendize that, we can work with some dates. We also are tentatively working on a special joint meeting with the city that we have to take into account. So there's a confluence of these meetings, but we can do that if that's the direction of the board, because it is a critical issue. We need to get that resolution over to the elections department. We would like to do it as early as possible.
Well, I wouldn't mind having a special meeting because I think that we need to have a discussion on how we move forward, whether it's a general tax. Because I do have my reservations, with when we look at the results of what happened with Measure P. I think there was a clear indication from local residents that they don't trust local elected officials with money. And so I think that we have to have a strong discussion, and I think that we have to come to terms with the fact that as a board, it's probably in our best interest to create some kind of plan, or if we're going to put a tax before the voters, that we have that plan in place as far as where that money is going to go.
Yeah.
And I think when you talk about a general tax, it would be challenging.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll go ahead and schedule that, and we'll announce that with you. One thing to keep in mind as well, today we're going to be going over the budget this afternoon, and we're going to kind of have a mock hearing, so to speak, this afternoon. And the one part of the budget that is impacted is the roads division, with the lack of a fuel tax, with more electric vehicles, and the decrease in fuel. That's just really compounded the issue. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, and we're going to have Brent Barnes discuss a few things with the board. So.
Excellent. Thank you, Ray.
Mr. Chairman, before you come off that, I like the idea of a special meeting for discussion and strategy purposes. And also one of the things that, in the past, a big portion of road money came from mining extraction fee and business license. We don't have that any longer. And maybe if we could get information what was done in the past to raise revenue for our roads, and maybe that might be incorporated in a special tax and a business license tax, or something along those lines that would raise the funds that we need to maintain our roads on an ongoing basis. We have to look at different strategies.
Right. Okay. And we're going to have that discussion.
Yeah.
Certainly. And so,
Mr. Chair, I have a request.
Sure.
For that first resolution that I recommended. Could you also assign Supervisor Patel and myself for the resolution in support of tolerance, acceptance in our LGBT community?
yeah, actually, I'd like to serve on that committee.
Oh, okay.
So if you and I can serve,
Absolutely.
that'd be great. Okay.
Thank you.
And that's I'm glad you mentioned that, because the other comments I have to make is really kind of a special announcement. It's special because as a supervisor, this board, we rarely comment on issues of national importance, right? We're local. And so this is a special announcement because I wanted to briefly talk about, obviously, the tragedy in Orlando, Florida, and how it impacts us here in San Benito. And so I believe that everyone here this morning, and those of you that are watching this meeting and streaming it at home or the workplace, in some form or another, were affected by the tragedy that occurred this weekend in Orlando. I know my wife and I were, and my family. And obviously, when you look at Orlando, the massive loss of life was staggering. And obviously, our president, Mr. Obama, he made it very clear that this was an act of terrorism and an act of homophobia. And the sad thing is, for the LGBT, community, terror is not new, right? And for far too long, this is the LGBT community in the United States has been the victim of terrible crimes. And so they've been attacked, in bars. They've been attacked at rallies, at protests. LGBT, their leaders have been killed, and their rights have been denied, obviously. And there's no question that this hatred and the discrimination is rooted in how we raise, in my opinion, our children, in the ways we educate our young people and the ways we carry ourselves every single day. And so as we all know, as we were taught, as I was taught throughout my life by my family, by my grandparents, is that intolerance breeds intolerance. And every time a member in here in our county or in any a city throughout this country, every time that a member in our country that they discriminate against anyone else, we see that that sows these seeds of intolerance. And if we tell our children that it is okay to hate, that it is okay to treat people that are different because of who they are, who they are, based on the way that they were born, then we are sowing the seeds of this hatred, obviously. And we all have a role to play. We all have a choice to make. And we can choose this road of intolerance and a road of, I apologize. Usually I speak very clear, but this is something that is very important to me because I have a family member who is gay. And so this is something that has affected me on a personal level. But if we choose as a county and as a people to choose this intolerance, this bigotry, then we choose, so we have two choices: intolerance, or we can choose acceptance and love. And if we stand up and speak out against this form of the discrimination and homophobia every single day, we'll make this county and our community much safer. And that's why I've brought this flag here, and it's displayed right in front of my nameplate. It's the reason that because I wanted to send a message. I wanted to send a message to the LGBT, our residents here in San Bernardino County, to those of you that are gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgender, that we support you as a board, that I support you as a supervisor. We can love whoever you want to love in this county. We support you and we stand with you. And you don't have to live in the shadows in San Bernardino County any longer. You should be free to live open lives and be proud of who you are. And over the coming months, I hope that this board will work to create an LGBT a study group to analyze our local programming, our local policies, to ensure that we're doing all we can to build an inclusive and accepting a county, right? Right here in San Benito. San Benito County, I believe, has to do more to be more inclusive and more supportive of our local residents, and we need to make sure we allocate resources to this effort. And so I hope that we can all come together around the tragedy that happened in Orlando, and we can leave a very a positive footprint. Okay, and so with that, I will certainly like to create a committee. I would like to create a committee that consists of myself and Supervisor Margie Barrios, and we'll work with the CAO, and we'll do something as far as resolution and maybe look to create some kind of group here in San Benito. So moving on to our consent agenda, these matters shall be considered as a whole and without the discussion unless a particular item is removed from the consent agenda. Approval of a consent item means approval of the recommended action as specified on the agenda item transmittal. Are there any items that wish to be pulled by any members of the board?
Yes.
Mr. Patel?
Thank you. 31, 32, and 34.
So 34 is being continued?
It's a be continued?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's good then. That's a good thing.
So we'll go ahead and pull items 31, 32, and 35 as requested by the CAO, and 20, I believe. Is there a motion for approval of the remainder of the consent?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
number 20 is stricken from the...
Oh, it's stricken. Okay. It's removed. My apologies. Are there any items that any members of the public wish to pull? See none. I will bring it back to the board for a decision.
I will make a motion, Mr. Chair, to approve all the consent items minus the ones that have been pulled by the supervisors and the staff.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. So now moving on to item 31, Supervisor Botello.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if Adam or Brent could answer this question, but approve a contract, Quincy Engineering, to extend the expiration date from 2018 and increasing the budget. Why do we have to extend to 2018? And what more work are they really doing other than just the time? The work is still the same. And maybe I'm a little bit prejudiced because Quincy Engineering was our project managing engineering firm during the 25 bypass, and it just seems like they have a little track record in back of my mind of having being a low bid and then having amendments continuously for a project, and I don't want to get in that habit.
Sure, I understand the concern. Actually, the amendments, I can't speak to the June 30th, 2018 date specifically, although I'm sure that was chosen as a way to extend their work time frame long enough to get all the work done. The reason for the amendment is that we've discovered some utility issues with regard to that contract that needs some additional design work. That has been approved by Caltrans, and the concept of doing that work has been approved by Caltrans, and we now need the engineering consultant to go actually do the work.
Okay.
Does that get to your question?
Well, that makes sense. But I still,
absolutely
some of these
the
things
concern.
are out there in the field, and that was be my issue with 34 in a way as well. But
I'm sorry. I'm working from an old numbering system. Which one is 34?
The 34 was the Anzar Road Bridge.
Oh, sure.
Too.
Yeah.
It's the same project, and it just.
Well,
I want to be a little bit harder on these guys coming in, and even though it's federal dollars, I know it's not, general fund dollars, but it's still.
We'll be bringing Anzar Road back on the 28th, and the reason for that, for me pulling that, is that I want to renegotiate some of the terms of the contract there to reduce the price, because that will be locally participating.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like we have a request for comment from Mr. Snow. So this is item number 31, Mr. Snow.
Okay.
To the county, I'm talking about the lawsuits. You guys decline the claims. See, you guys need to overlook as a county the reason why when you have lawsuits on, I think it's 4, you guys should overlook all. You guys make an idea where it counts it, what you're making. See, you guys have a strategic plan. You guys need to overlook everything what you guys are doing to get losses. See, one time about 2, like your engineering you mentioned earlier. Why ask some questions about engineer, civil engineer? And things ask him to be a civil engineer and the qualifications. He not need the terms what he said he did to be that. Because I have knowledge and ability of engineering. So because I'm a civil engineer. So the point is, right, when all your professionals, like I mentioned to Joe Paul Wednesday, then you guys know look what you guys have, your employees, see what they do, what's their experience, what they're doing, and the qualifications. Because you need it. That's lack of communication. That's what I mean. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. Anyone else wishing to address the board on item 31 from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a decision.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda item.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it with a comment. Basically, the staff. I'm tired of seeing contracts for engineers, lawyers, surveyors, right-of-way services. I want to see contracts to build these doggone bridges. They've been on our books for over 20 years. We got to get the things done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So that's we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Moving on to item 32, which I believe was that Supervisor Botello again?
Yes, thanks. I'm really happy to see this contract. And reading this, I'm under the impression that our facilities are going to be at a higher standard of cleanliness and maintenance than what we've seen in the past few years. Personally, I don't know about the rest of the board and administration and all of our employees. The carpets have not been clean, and just trash cans not emptied unless you empty them yourself. It's just something that really a standard has to improve there, and I'm happy to see this. But it's a 3-year contract with a new firm, and who really is going to take charge to make sure that, you know, everything is be done, and whether and I know we typically have the out if for non-performance or that's in this contract. I take it because I expect things to be a whole lot better than what they've been.
That is correct. We conducted the RFP not just because the previous contract was expiring, but also because there were concerns over the performance. We found this new firm. They have some experience with some other facilities in town, very good references. And it is 3 years. We do have the opt-out. I will be managing the contract, and my staff will assist me with that to make sure that they are performing what they say they are. And this does increase the level of service for a little bit extra money than what we were getting. This should have a noticeable improvement in our facilities.
Yeah, because I think people expect their public facilities to be, relatively clean, and in the past I've been very dissatisfied personally, but due to frequency, and we had some cutbacks and so forth. Now we're back up to a level that I think people could be proud of, coming in to our meetings.
I do want to mention this is still a slightly reduced level of service than what we would normally prefer, but it is a step up from where we have been, so we'll kind of see how that goes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Botello. Are there any additional comments or questions on this item? Any questions or comments from members of the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a decision.
Move to approve the agenda item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. So now moving on to item 35. I believe that was pulled by staff for some clarification.
Yeah, there was a slight modification in some numbers, so we have Brent here to discuss that with your board.
Mr. Chairman, good morning again. In the backup material, the amendment, the amendment to the contract, there was a typo. We included the wrong total amount, the wrong value of the present amendment. In paragraph B3, compensation, it says amount not to exceed $30,000 in the copies that you have. The amount should be not to exceed $225,424 for a total of $338,136. The bottom line is correct. It was simply that line item that was left in the wrong place. So I would make that one correction, if you would.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only comment I had is as I was driving in, and it slipped my mind until this came up, as I was driving along Airline Highway, the Caltrans right-of-way was awful wet this morning. I believe the Water District pipeline might be broken again going out to Stonegate. I don't know if anybody is watching from the Water District, but I'll just put the word out, or maybe we can give them a call, but there was an awful lot of water.
I'll have the road supervisor look into that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay. With that, any additional comments, questions? I'll bring it back to the board for a decision. Or actually, I have to open up to the any questions or comments from members of the public. See none? Mr. Snow.
When we get to contracts, and we're to charge the contracts, that's a big lump sum from $30,000 to $30,000. So you guys have to look at all that. So we got 2 contracts with 4. You as public servants, so like everything what's going on, because you represent the people and what's going on in the city. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a decision.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair, per staff recommendation.
Is there a second? With the changes, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. So at this time, we'll move on to our regular agenda. And we'll start with item 39, Resource Management Agency. Mr. Barnes.
Brent, you're up next.
All right, I was trying to take care of a water leak on Route 25. So I was distracted. Remind me where we are. I'm sorry.
You're right. You're on item number 39. This is regarding the Waste Connections Landfill Contract 2016 COLA.
Oh, all right. Sorry, I'm going to find this. So this is a purportedly or should be an annual review of the cost of living increase and change in law increase regarding the landfill operations. Staff has reviewed the Waste Connections proposal. We agree with the cost of living increase. However, the change in law increase was improperly documented and failed on a technical basis, and we have recommended that not be approved by the board at this time. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Any questions from members of the board at this time?
So the COLA is $45,340.
Yes, sir.
Is that 2%?
I believe that's the right amount, 2%.
That's the minimum
I'm getting
amount?
a nod, yes. That's the 2%.
Okay, because I'm still having a hard time swallowing it because the biggest expense out there is diesel, and that's pretty cheap this past year. But
The contract provides a range of 2% to 6%, and so we're obligated by the contract to allow the 2%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments at this time? I'd like to open up to the public. Any members of the public that wish to provide comments on this?
Yes, I have Marty Richmond.
Mr. Richmond?
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Marty Richmond from Hollister. My problem is going to be to make sure that the ratepayers do not get stuck with this. I'm still standing my ground. I believe that the $4.8 million you took out of the special fund for the waste belongs to those ratepayers, and any increases in any costs should go to the ratepayers. Should not go to the ratepayers, should be paid with that money. I believe that money was misused. I do not believe it should have wound up in a trust fund to pay for unfunded liabilities for the general fund. I think this entire thing has been a farce as far as that money goes. People say we haven't paid twice. I say we've paid more than twice over the ratepayers are paying. That money went in originally to close that landfill. You took other publicly owned land, made an arrangement with the landfill to fill it up with garbage coming in from outside the county. I don't want to be known as the county whose biggest revenue producer is a garbage dump. Okay, and that's $4.8 million belongs to the ratepayers for this fund, and that $4.8 million, if it was not used for closure, should be used to offset any cost increases that would normally go to the ratepayers. That's the way I see it. Nothing you're going to say is going to change my mind. I find this to be a bait and switch situation with the walnuts and the pea underneath the walnuts. This is a backdoor tax because this money went into that fund, and all of a sudden it came out the back door. $3 million of it went into an irrevocable trust to pay for unfunded liabilities for including the general fund for retirement pay. That's the way I see it, and nothing is going to change my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. We have an additional comment from Mr. Snow.
And the boards didn't do it together anyway. I know when I went to meeting last, a couple meetings ago, to see talk about they have a machine on the dump over there, some about $45,000 or whatever. and that big old think about that. It's one but you guys' attention. And that's the thing too, I want to bring about the dump. And when you was talking earlier, I kind of skipped there about the recycling that program. A while back, when I know much remembers this, when chair over there, and I came to me, and he said, show a big old slideshow about being Vince over there, that some now he gets on or whatever, recycling development. How, recycle things and all that, about the whole project on that part. So if we can do something, do it. Don't even talk about things about recycle, big old development you're supposed to be doing. Hasn't got that in yet. There's a lot of people talking about. So I want to tell you guys, you can vote what you want to vote. And it said it's something about 45 million or whatever it was, or where he said, mention, this is old liquor, what you guys make. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. So with that, I'll bring it back. Are there any other comments from members of the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for some discussion, questions, a decision.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm still trying to do the math. In the background summary, we got a couple of figures here. The 45,000 I mentioned, and then the 2%. But then I don't see the figure as far as the where the 2% comes from. Is it based on labor, fuel, wear and tear on equipment? I don't know what the cost is. There's a multiplier there that I don't see in our information. I'm sure the ad hoc committee worked on it, but is that for the total operation of the landfill, or is it for the outside waste? Should that be part of the, in county is a 2%, but are we picking up the cost that they're bringing in all this outside waste too, and paying for that? And how is that assessed? But that's the number I'm looking for.
If I understand correctly, Supervisor, there were two questions. The first is, what is the denominator, the overall cost? And the second is that the overall cost, or is that the county share? Did I understand the questions correctly?
Yeah, and I guess I could have taken my calculator out.
No, that's all right.
Multiplied the 2% to the 45,000, and then that gave me the operations. But then the breakdown of that,
sure. So the total is based on a $2.6 million cost of operations, and that's our share, and it's made of three components: labor, fuel, and other. Other is about $1.5 million of that, and other consists of total operating costs and SG&A. And frankly, I'm not sure what SG&A is. Kathleen, do you have a?
Overhead. Sales, general, and administration.
Sales, general, and administration. I'm sorry, I didn't know the answer to that. In any event, the bottom line there is $2.6 million, and the 43,000 and change is the 2% of that. That is our share.
Okay, so it's just our share.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm still having a hard time swallowing this, but I know contractually we might be obligated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That covers.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions, comments? I'll certainly entertain a motion if there is one.
With that, I'll move to approve the COLA payment to Waste Connections in the amount of $45,340 from the landfill reserves and direct staff to make this payment as per staff recommendation, and not approve the change of law amount of $55,638, and direct staff to work with Waste Connection to provide future documentation for the change of law costs.
I second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Janet. Okay, moving on to item 40. It's from our Ag Commissioner's Office. It's Overstreet.
Good morning, Chairman Rivas, members of the board. I'm here today to present the engineer's report. The engineer's report is prepared annually by SCI Consulting to determine the assessment needed to fund the mosquito abatement program. This year, we are recommending that we keep the assessment at the same level as 2015-16 at $11.22 per single-family equivalent. I'm here today seeking 3 actions from the board to preliminarily accept the engineer's report, adopt the resolution of intent to levy the assessment for fiscal year 2016-17, and that would be resolution 2016-46, and to schedule a public hearing for July 26 to receive public comment.
Are there any questions from members of the board?
I guess.
Batalla?
Yeah. Now that we have a new disease that's kind of hit the radar, is our monitoring a little different now with the Zika virus and treatment of mosquitoes? Is that an impact?
The monitoring program hasn't changed. What we have are surveillance traps throughout the assessment and county area. Those traps are picked up weekly, and we monitor the number of population and the type of mosquitoes out there. Right now, we have not found any of the invasive Aedes mosquitoes. And it's probably because it's not found in the county yet, and we also have to have the other factor of someone has to have Zika. I think really our major threat is West Nile.
Is there any potential in the future, as this spreads throughout our whole country, that our costs go up, or is it the same cost for the mosquito abatement program?
The Zika would require, or the Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus mosquitoes would require treatments. So that right now is not built into our program.
Okay.
So there could be additional costs, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other additional comments, questions, members of the board? This time I'll open up to members of the public. Comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a decision.
I'll make a motion to accept the engineer's report and adopt resolution 2016-17 for fiscal for levy the assessment for 2016 and 17, and schedule a public hearing on July 26 to 10 a.m.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is motion a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Moving on to item 41 is from our Resource Management Agency, Mr. Barnes.
This item is actually quite a unique opportunity. As I'm sure you know, there's high-speed rail being planned in California, and presently the route will go through San Benito County at the very, very north end, and just touch on the north part of the county. The High-Speed Rail Authority is negotiating with all of the jurisdictions, cities and counties that it passes through to enter into what I would call a participation agreement for planning and engineering, so that the work that we do surrounding land use and right-of-way assessments and environmental work and those sorts of things do not fiscally impact the county. And the agreement before you today is simply the reimbursement agreement with the High-Speed Rail Authority, allowing us staff to enter into and then enter into the agreement with the authority and then track our costs and be reimbursed for those costs. We anticipate it'll probably be although their schedule is very aggressive, we anticipate it will probably be a 2, 3, or perhaps longer year engagement, if you will, while they work through the issues. Just as an aside, there will be a rail station in Gilroy, at least that's the planning at this point, and the next station is over in Los Banos or somewhere else in the Central Valley. So the train will not stop here. However, there is the potential opportunity for a maintenance yard or some other equipment facility here in the county that might bring additional jobs. But that would also create additional complexities with regard to potential environmental impacts. So there are a lot of issues. I might also add that a good part of the right-of-way through the mountains, the Pacheco, is going to be in tunnels, so there will be significant tunneling activity and mine tailings and that sort of thing that will be disposed of. We can consider that as either an issue or an opportunity for the county, and we have yet to figure out exactly how that plays out. But that's one of the things we'll be studying. Be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. At this time, are there any questions from members of the board? Supervisor Barrios?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brent, we obviously are limited in staff, and I know that in the past, sometimes we have, maybe failed in making sure that we keep track of records for reimbursement. Are we having a dedicated person will somebody be assigned specifically for this? Because this could rack up to be a lot of dollars.
Yes, it could. I anticipate that there will be a range of skills required, both on engineering side, planning side, CEQA, the attorney's office, perhaps the COG. So there will be a lot of potential players in this. One of the things that we've implemented or started to implement in RMA is a project-level tracking system for costs, and so we will be assigning a project number, if you will, to this and tracking it at that level. And we'll try and work with the other agencies and other departments to make sure that happens seamlessly.
And I want us to start looking at this as opportunity rather than an issue, because it's not going to go away. They're going to be here. They're going to be there in San Benito County.
Absolutely.
So let's try to find a way that we can benefit from their presence. So if we can think outside the box, I would love to hear it. So thank you.
It's a huge opportunity for the county, even though there's not at present a facility within the county. Simply the idea of placing a station in Gilroy, a high-speed rail station is like putting an international airport in town. It has a huge impact on the region, and so there will be, whether we like it or not, there will be impacts and opportunities from that. Changes in growth pressure, changes in traffic, changes in air. We need to sort of think through all of that as a part of this and find the opportunities to benefit from it. I really think it is a big opportunity for us.
Yeah, and since we're working with them on the realignment of 152 already, I think that'll open up some doors for commercial opportunity, industry, facility where they may have maintenance of some sort. It might fit in with a big picture that we're looking at. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Barrios. Any other questions, comments? I don't think I want comments from Supervisor Patello. This time I'll open up to the public. Any members from the public wish to provide comments?
Serve this up. Would you like it on a big plate or a small plate?
Just put it on the tee.
I will. I'll set it up for you. Here's a softball.
Yeah.
I would urge the Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I would urge you to take the long view. We might make a couple of bucks here and there, but we will never, ever get back what this is going to cost in the long run. I assure you. I'm going on record. You'll be able to, if I'm wrong, you'll be able to stand here and harangue me till the cows come home, and I'll take every one of it and won't say a word. I'll just say you're right. We're never going to get back what this is going to cost our taxpayers. In initial amounts, you've seen it was going to be $44 billion, then it went to $54 billion, now it's up to $66 billion. Who knows what it'll be when they put the first foot of track down. We've already almost gone 1.5 times the price in billions of dollars, and they haven't done anything. They've moved where it's going 5 times already, trying to get political support, and that's not working. And I assure you, we'll be handing $1,000 bills out to everybody who gets on that train, because it is never going to pay its own way. The amount they would have to charge to make it pay its own way is going to just be like Amtrak. So we might as well just, as my friend Joseph Thompson says, and he was wrong on Measure B, but he's right on this, you could buy everybody a new BMW for what it's going to cost to drive to take them to Sacramento. I know you're not going to do it, because we always rather have a 50 cents today than $5,000 tomorrow. It's by the way, it's a psychological test they give in college. If you've ever seen it 100 times, people will take $2 today, and if you say, I'll give you $20 tomorrow, if you turn down the $2 today, they'll take the $2 today. It's fool's gold. This is crazy. I call it the bullet in the head train. Nobody wants it. They're building the cheapest part first. God knows what it's going to cost to put it through Los Angeles and those areas where you're going to have to pay through the nose to get right away. And who knows what's going to happen when they start tunneling through the mountains. I always say that's the best place to tunnel, right next to a fault. That's the way I look at it. I don't know how the engineers look at it. So I think it's crazy. But I know you'll take the money today, because today we have to eat and tomorrow doesn't count. Thank you for your time. Excuse me for banging. It's all yours.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to provide comments on this issue? Now's the time to do so. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for additional comments, questions.
Mr. Chairman, this morning I was reading the Los Angeles Times, and they had a pretty large article about the fate of the cap and trade. The cap and trade, for those of us that don't know where this money is coming from, that's where the source of the money is coming from for the bullet train. And that expires in 2020, besides the litigation that's under right now as far as being an illegal tax. I agree with Mr. Richmond that this is a boondoggle of a project, and it's really a shame that the state is not taking these funds and investing it into the state highway transportation system, whether it's public transit in our cities or the highway structural maintenance that's sorely needed, as well as what's happening here locally. We need water projects. And I know there's a big push in the Valley with legislators trying to divert this money and this project away from the bullet train to develop more water in this state. And that would be a little bit better to invest in at this point in time. I'm concerned about spending too much staff time in the fact that we won't get reimbursed from the state. I don't trust them. They have lied in the past, and they'll lie again. And I think we're better off filling potholes. It was part of this article was, you have auctions for these cap and trade imaginary permits where companies buy the permits for greenhouse gases. Well, they sold 11% of the permits this year. So there's a tremendous shortfall that is really be troublesome for Sacramento to make up on their next budget for this bullet train. And the first leg of it goes from here, the Silicon Valley, to Shafter. I can't wait to get there real fast. So I'm going to vote against this just because I'm ornery.
Any other comments? Supervisor Munzer?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my comment is I cannot disagree on one iota with what Supervisor Botello said. But if we're going to get any money out of the state, we need to have the agreement with them. Whether we get the money or not, we'll have to wait and see. But we do need the agreement to at least have a half a chance to get any money from them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I know that this item was information only, so we don't. Okay. Cool. Any other questions, comments?
No.
Okay. So that's it. I think we'll go ahead and move on. Go to item 42, which again is from the Resource Management Agency. Mr. Barnes.
Good morning. I believe that this was at the board's request that this was brought back forward. Does that sound familiar?
Before we move on from this,
sure.
Did we authorize the CAO to negotiate a reimbursement?
You mean on the one before?
Yes, yes.
I think they got the message that yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because it did say we were supposed to authorize the CAO. So, did we do that? Because I believe it was.
I don't believe you did. I wouldn't take it. So I would probably request your board to formalize that.
Okay. So.
So moved.
Is there a formal recommendation?
Yes. So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Wait, what did you?
Motion carries 3-1.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going to have to wait till next time to get behind me.
Thank you. Okay, so now moving on to item 42.
We'll ask for cash money, small unmarked bills. All right, this is abandoned vehicle abatement. I believe this is on the agenda as a result of a board request or board questions. So I have some facts to present that were prepared by Stacy Watson, my code enforcement officer. And I'll summarize what she said. Back in 1991, there was a initial creation of an AVA program, and it was funded by a $1 fee on DMV registrations. But that went away, I believe, with, if I read this correctly, with a 2015 ballot measure that says essentially a service authority shall cease to exist on the date that all revenues received by the authority pursuant to the section have been expended. And so we were on a pay-as-you-go, a pay-as-you-collect program, and at that point the program essentially closed shop. So then, more recently, we have a count of vehicles that have been abandoned and reported. There have been 4 occupied transient motorhomes, 2 commercial truck trailers parked in residential areas, 9 72-hour parking violations in residential areas, and that's it. They've been geographically located: 5 within San Juan Bautista, 5 in Riverview Estates, 1 in Quail Hollow, 1 in Sunny Slope Village, and 3 in rural areas, rural residential areas that are not CSAs or R1 developments. Of those, we've towed 1, a transient motorhome. We have reported 1 stolen vehicle that was turned over to the Hollister Police Department. 10 of the 72-hour notices were voluntarily removed. In other words, they were moved from the street to the driveway or a garage or private property. And 3 were gone on arrival or MIA. So that's been the disposition. In past years, in 2006, there were 96 vehicles towed. In 2015, there were 5 vehicles towed. In 2016 to date, 1 vehicle towed. Presumably, the reason for the huge decline is the value of scrap metal, that people are hanging on to their vehicles and selling them for $200-300 rather than just letting them rot, go away as a part of an abandoned vehicle program. So options, there are 4. We can revert the program back to the CHP, who is a statutory authority for this, and that's a zero cost to the county option. Although I would opine that the CHP probably has the bigger fish to fry in most cases. Option 2 is amend the county code to include a traffic enforcement section that allows the code enforcement staff to issue parking tickets. So that's a citation program. Costs can be recovered through that for staff time and towing. It is probably involves limited staff time, although it would be a fairly low priority for code enforcement officers. And it will take some time to implement that, to pass the ordinances, to do the training, to put the procedures in place, and so on. So we're looking at probably 6 months or longer to make that happen. Third option is sort of an ad hoc approach. Staff will continue to address complaints of vehicles parked on private property associated with zoning violations. And in this case, we can come back, if this is the option that the board prefers, we can come back with code amendments to strengthen and clean up the language regarding parking on private property so that it is more clear what can be enforced and when. And finally, we can post CSAs with parking notifications and have the boards of the CSA grant us the authority to enforce those regulations. This is the same process used for commercial parking lots. I hope that answers your question, because that's essentially the information I've got. I would be happy to address any other questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions or comments from members of the board at this time?
Most of these vehicles, thank you, Mr. Chair, most of these vehicles, when they're left out on the streets, they're abandoned, right? I mean, there's no way to trace who the owner is, and even if you trace the owner, I mean, they're long gone. So
Yeah.
I don't know that that's going to be, even if you give tickets, if there's anybody to pay them.
Well,
So
yeah.
we're going to go through a lot of work and end up with nothing. CHP, it's not going to make it a priority. I mean, I've called CHP for we had a trailer stolen from our property. They did come, but there's not a whole lot they can do, and that's the worst thing than an abandoned vehicle.
Yeah, that's
I don't know. This is puzzling. We do need to do something, but I'm not sure which would be most beneficial. And at the end, get rid of those cars.
Mm-hmm.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Any other questions or comments this time?
Well, I understand what Supervisor Barros is stating, and it seems like a lot of the abandoned vehicles that our code enforcement was dealing with was on private property. And so that the person is storing them, or once in a while, in my case, someone steals a car and parks it on and lights it on fire. But yeah, to really make sure it's lousy. But I don't know. I think if we're deal with private property issues with our limited code enforcement staff, I'd rather have that person dealing with illegal building, other illegal activities that are taking place, rather than dealing with abandoned car. And maybe at this time, the best option is just maybe not do anything.
Mr. Chair, if I may. So this particular item was brought to you before, and that was a concern that your board actually had, was actually taking it back to the people again on vote for this measure. So your board requested additional information, and that's the reason why we're here. So your board can make that decision. Do we want to move forward with an initiative, or just go ahead and put into play one of the plans that were presented? So I just want to make sure the board was clear with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have to take this as the voters of Seminole County did not think that the abandoned vehicles were an issue. They did not support this tax. Hearing staff report, I think I'm hearing that it's not a huge issue now. And if Supervisor Patello, if I heard him right, if he said that maybe our best option is not to do anything at the present time, I would support that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Now, may I ask a question, Mr. Chair? Ray, you alluded to private. These are not cars that were abandoned on the streets. We were actually dealing with cars that were in private property mostly.
Let me look for the numbers again.
Because if that's the case, then, and it's in private property, they need to be accountable, and I think we can find a way to do it. When I've traveled in San Benito County, and I know you have too, you can look in people's yards. There's a place, San Juan Road, heading out to San Juan. Horrible. You've got probably at least 20 cars that are sitting there in private property. Somebody owns that. Somebody's paying property taxes. Santa Ana Road, nice house, but in the back you've got about 15 cars you can see from the roadway. Mm-hmm. That's unacceptable. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, we're not a junkyard, county. I mean, if it's intended to be a junkyard, then that's fine. But these are private homes.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, if I might, the way I read this is that all or nearly all of these were on public property, occupied transient motorhomes, commercial truck trailers parked in residential areas, presumably on a street.
But public property.
Right, on streets.
Oh, okay, my mistake.
Then that makes a difference.
Right. We can enforce zoning violations. However, Stacy points out that the code section is a bit unclear, and it could be tightened up. If that's for the private property. So if that's something that the board wants to address, Supervisor Barrios, then that's certainly a way we can go.
Comment to Supervisor Barrios. My understanding, and the Air District has some issues with some of this, believe it or not, in San Benito County. But if the cars are registered, I don't believe we have any ordinance that limits the amount of cars that can be on private property. Mm-hmm. They can have as many as they want if they keep the registrations up to date. And I don't know what that covers your situations where you've seen them, but I do know that there is no limit to how many cars or parts of cars a homeowner can have on his property if the registration are current.
And I believe you can just pay a fee through the DMV just if it's just going to sit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
At least that has to be done.
Non-operating registration.
Non-operating, right. Okay.
Right now, the primary way that we tend to deal with that, there's a collection of Oldsmobiles somewhere in the county. I don't know exactly where, but a fellow has a whole bunch of Oldsmobiles that he's got. It was a zoning complaint, and the way we dealt with that was to have him put a fence around it rather than move the cars, because we couldn't find a way to remove the cars. Okay. So it's a screening issue and other zoning actions.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, I might point out that it lost by a very small margin, very, very small the last time. Maybe we need to have more statistics on there, maybe a stronger statement, and maybe this time it can be successful. So I don't want to drop it, because if these are on public roads, we can't. That's not acceptable. We need to be able to clean up our county.
Right. Okay, I think at this time I'll open up for public comment.
I have a question. Marty Richmond from Hollister. I don't know the ins and outs. Isn't there a way we can make this self-funding? I mean, the carcasses of the things have some value. I don't know the law about how long you have to keep it before you can have it destroyed. In other words, if we have somebody tow it and it has to sit 10 days and they keep it 10 days, can they just keep the car and we call it even? It seems to me that if the metal has some value or the car has some value and it's not registered, well, first of all, probably it's not registered. You probably don't have to hold it 30 days or whatever. So, it seems to me that for public roads, we got to be able to make this generally self-funding. People want their truck back, they can come in and pay the tow amount, so it doesn't cost us anything. And if they don't want their truck back, just give it to the towing company and say you can go sell it to a junk dealer, and it all gets recycled and everybody's happy and it doesn't cost us any money. I don't know if that works. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my experience from many years ago in Pasadena was that was exactly what we did. We sold the hulks and it was a self-funding program. I don't think, that was 35 years ago. I think the law has changed. We can look into that, but it may not be possible. I know that in the one case that I reported on that I'm personally familiar with, the nice folks pushed their car up into the driveway and there it sits. And there's nothing more we can do.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
I want to know why the water tank trailer and the end dump hasn't been towed away from the county, where the old county hospital. That is an absolute disgrace to this county, and it doesn't seem like anything is being done. Although I hear from Brent that you're still working on it. But and that's on public property. It's a disgrace to this county. I go by it daily and just shake my head. There's graffiti all over the walls. And I know that kids are going down there and probably doing drugs and stuff. It's not an asset to this county. Thank you.
Hey, Richard, if you can please state your name for the record. We all know who you are, but for just for the public record, please.
Richard Betancourt, 4140 Southside Road.
And thank you for that, Richard. Any other questions, comments, members of the audience? I'll bring it back to the board for further questions, comments, a decision.
I would like to make a motion that we put it back on the ballot for voter approval. I think it's important, and because it missed by such a small margin, give it another shot.
Give it a go. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that is a motion. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it. Just
for discussion.
A painful second by Batella.
Painful.
I felt it. I felt it.
Yeah.
Okay, so a motion and second to go ahead and place this issue on the November ballot of this year. Any questions prior to the vote?
No, but I would like to add to my motion that we have stronger, comments, more statistics, and anything else that we can do to make that statement a little more.
I think if we put it on the ballot, does it have to come back to this board?
Yeah. So my recommendation would be probably to discuss this at our special board meeting with the sales tax initiative,
Let's do that.
and then we'll have a resolution ready, and if the board wishes, then we can.
Okay, so I think. I'm okay with putting it on the ballot. Supervisor Munzer?
I will not support it going back on the ballot at this time.
Okay, he won't support it this time, but I think that there's three of us.
Yeah.
To at least further the discussion at the special meeting. Yeah. So if we can do that. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. And I support it just because the information that a lot of these vehicles are on public land, public right-of-way. Just from experience a couple weeks ago, a dump truck was parked in the wrong direction on the county easement, and I think it was broke down on Freitas Road, and someone hit it head on. They drove off the road and hit the dump truck. So it's a safety issue too. So that's why I'm going to support it.
Okay. So I think that we'll go ahead and move this to the special meeting with the sales tax, and we can make a final decision at that time.
That's correct.
Well, I'll amend my motion then.
So do you guys need a motion to
We'll just bring it back. We'll just bring it back to the special board meeting. There's no need for that.
Okay, so it's our direction.
That's correct.
To staff.
That's right.
All right. So moving on, we will move to item 43. Do we want to move on, or do we want to go to lunch?
We have item number 45. I'm not sure how long that will take. I don't think that'll take too long, right, Brent? And Joe Paul Gonzalez's item 44, which Melinda will be speaking to, or Barbara, and those should be, I think, pretty quick. And then we'll just have the last item, and then the closed session items.
So I'll ask the board. Do you want to hear item 43 now, or do you guys want to break for lunch?
Is there anybody here on item 43 that has been waiting, Mr. Chair?
I'll leave it up to just
Staff.
I think both these items should be really quick.
We've heard that before.
I promise I won't say nothing.
All right, let's move forward with 43. Let's at least hear 43.
Okay.
If that is okay.
So item 43 is coming from our resource management agency. This is also another one of Brent Barnes' items, and it looks like we have county council here to discuss this. Is adopting resolution approving right-of-way agreements and accepting grant deeds for purchase of real property for the Union Road Bridge project from the Agrandano family.
Agredano.
Agredano.
Good morning again. Yes, good morning again, Mr. Chairman. We'd like to build a bridge. This is predominantly a legal question, though, so I'll defer to Shirley for the presentation and answers to your questions, unless it's engineering of some kind.
So we have fully executed right-of-way purchase agreements and grant deeds and a permanent easement grant for a number of different interests that are required for this project from 2 parcels owned by the Agredano family. And we have a resolution in your packet that will approve the purchase agreements, accept the grants, and authorize payment, and then we'll proceed through depositing a check in the escrow, and the title company will proceed forward with that.
Are there any questions from board members of staff? Okay. At this time, I'll open up to the public for comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further questions, some discussion, or a decision.
Can we just make a move per staff recommendation, or do we need to read anything?
Resolution.
To adopt resolution number 2016-47.
47.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is a motion and second by Supervisor Barrios? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez ain't here? He's not here?
No, but we have Barbara Thompson here to present that item. It should be really quick.
Let's do it.
All right.
44 from the Clerk Auditor Recorder's Office.
Normally, there's a waiting period before an agency can hire back an employee who's retired. There are exemptions exist, which includes when the employee has specialized skills, which applies in this case. In order to hire back that employee after they retire, it must be approved by the Board of Supervisors on a regular agenda. It cannot be presented during consent agenda. And there must be a current recruitment pending, which there is in this case, and the employee must be hired at the established pay scale for that position, which will occur. And so we brought back before the board a resolution to hire Janet Norris back after her retirement in the same capacity that she's currently performing. And the resolution states why it's a critically necessary position due to her experience, that she'd be allowed to continue in this position until recruitment can occur and a person can be hired to take her position.
Are there any questions from members of the Board of Staff?
I guess the question that I would have is that is this union-related issue, or where they have been contacted and there's agreement?
Let me just verify. I don't believe the union's been contacted regarding this position. Regarding this agenda item.
Is it the norm?
This item normally comes up when there's a department head that's left. This usually is presented in that capacity when we have a critical position. They haven't contacted us, and this is only a temporary matter until the recruitment will be able to proceed, so it's not taking away represented work, because this is going to be on an interim basis, and then there will be hired. And I don't see from the job description whether it's an SEIU position or whether it's another position, but it wouldn't take away any represented work from the union.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Any other questions, members of the board? This time, I'll open up for public comment. Any members of the audience wish to comment on this item? Now's the time to do so.
Right.
Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for decision.
I will make a motion to approve per staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second by Supervisor Botello. Motion by Supervisor Barrios. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. So with that, we will adjourn for lunch, and when we return, when we reconvene, it'll be all things budget, right? And yes, the continuance of closed session, of course.
What time, Mr. Chair?
We're going to return at 1:30? Yep, 1:30. All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
listed on the actual calendar. I'll have to ask. I'll have to make sure it gets done. Yeah. Hey, Melinda, are we ready? Yeah, I'd like to open it. If you don't mind.
All right, we'll go ahead and reconvene as the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors back from lunch. Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we're on our last item, last regular item on our agenda for today. It's item number 45, and today we're going to be discussing with your board fiscal year 2016-2017 recommended budget. And today we're going to have a kind of a mock run of the budget. Today's we're in June, and we're getting close to our budget hearing scheduled for June 27th, Monday at 9 a.m. Want to make sure that everyone's aware of that. That'll be here. Today, what we'll be doing is covering with your board allocation of funding. We'll also discuss with your board policies, some of the policies that we discussed at our last board meeting, our last special board meeting, with regards to reserves for rainy day funds as well as emergency funding. Also, some changes from the approved budget from last year. So Melinda's going to highlight that for you in the presentation. This year also we're going to have, this year we're addressing a few things. One of them is retention for the year as well as comp study. So those particular things we've started, but they'll be morphing or going through to the next year. So we'll be continuing to work on that and coming back to your board with further discussions. One item of some concern in the budget is RMA. I had mentioned this earlier during the board meeting. Supervisor Botello had highlighted some concerns about Measure P and this particular office with the lack of fuel tax, reduction in fuel prices, and a few other things have caused not only San Benito County, but the state and the nation really are impacted with roads, and the infusion of funding to deal with these things has become less and less. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. I'm going to ask Brent to come up and discuss a few things from his office with regards to that. One other thing I'd like to highlight today, as you can see, we have new monitors. Melinda right now has up on the board or up on the TV screen is Walkiva, and that is she's going to talk a little bit more about it. But I want to give a shout out to both Melinda and Christina and to staff for all the work that has gone into this new software. There has been a lot of work, and what this system does for us now is it's pulling from our ERP system, our database, and it goes directly into this. And this has been worked on from a perspective of what we're going to turn in to your board during the budget hearings as well as to the state. So there's going to be multiple views of this, and we're going to be looking at the one that we turn into the state. But we just wanted to give you a view of that. Melinda's going to go into detail, talk a little bit more about that, but it's definitely a great tool. And what we'll do is make our life, Melinda's life, as well as staff's, from the department's life, much easier. We'll be able to actually create a budget much quicker. We have spent hours in years past, hundreds of hours, to put a budget together. Now it'll be streamlined, automated, and a much easier way of doing things. And the data will be pulled from the ERP system, so it's going to be direct. So we won't have any confusion. I know in years past, being a part of the budget process, seeing that there was incorrect data that was given because everything was done by hand. So this now is going to be pulling from the actual data source into the system. So it's going to be a lot better and help reduce errors. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and pass it to Melinda and to Christina, and you can go ahead and move forward with this.
Okay, so first of all, for all of you that don't know Christina, I would like to introduce you to Christina really quickly. She's going to help me navigate this presentation today, but she's been with us through the whole budget process. We hired her on as temporary part-time help to help us with the budget system, especially with the automation process, especially with Workiva that we've been working on. So that's why she's here today, and she'll help us navigate the system. So putting together the budget, there's basically two parts to putting together a budget. One is obviously the financial part, what the departments request and how we can, what's funding that we have in order to meet their requests, and it's a give and take between all of us. And so that's really the biggest challenge of putting together a budget. The second part is the document itself. We have to present to you, we have to show you what our budget is and how it looks. And so this year we have a new system called Workiva. And what it did was first of all, the financial piece of it, the departments, I have to give them a lot of credit. They worked with us in training and that kind of thing, and they put their entire budget along with backup documentation into the ERP system. And then from there, the ERP system, we use the ERP system to download information into Workiva. And every time we made a change in the ERP system, we updated this Workiva document, and it basically created the document as we went along. And so anytime there was a change in Workiva, in the ERP, and we downloaded into Workiva, it actually changed all the little pieces that go into that budget. It went from the schedules to the to the departmental Schedule 9s, and then it went into all the revenue and expenditure documents. So this saved us so much time and energy, although we did have to put a lot of energy and time into creating this document. And so we are probably a good 90% automated at this point. We'll be working on getting the rest of it 100% automated in the next year or so. And this saved us from those big Excel worksheets that we had to work with in the past. So we are very excited about this document, working with Workiva. We think it'll be a better presentation, and the numbers should all match a lot better than trying to piece it all together. So first of all, we'd like to show you a little bit of what the Workiva document does. We have a cover, and this is all draft form because we're still working to finish that. And then we put in the second page, which is like the Board of Supervisors and little demographics and that kind of thing. And then we also were able to put in some charts. Let's go to this one. Charts and graphs that also, again, picked up information from the ERP and created these graphs. So we have revenues and expenditures. And then we also have some payroll information, so you can see how we're spending salaries and payroll, the cost of payroll. And then we also took this from the assessor's report. It shows how the split of our property tax dollar goes. So we were able to use Workiva and the ERP system to create those charts and graphs also. And then each department has a set of documents. We'll look at the Board of Supervisors first. This is what we're showing you today. It's a summary of revenues, expenditures, and a couple of items that are new to each budget this year. Some changes that we made, and we'll be going through all of this in our presentation. And then we have another, we call it Section 2. We've uploaded all the department's narratives, so you can also, at your leisure, go through and read all their narratives, their things that they were able to, their accomplishments this year, their top departmental concerns, some long-range planning. And so that's their narrative. That kind of tells you a little bit about their department. And then Section 3, we brought back the line items this year, the line item details. So you can then see what we're spending on salaries, temporary salaries, overtime, what we're spending on books and subscriptions, classifications, that kind of thing for each department. So I believe you're very used to looking at this format. And then finally, Section 4 for each department also has their authorized positions. We don't currently have all the schedules loaded yet, but we're working on that. We will have those available for you also when this document is completely prepared for the budget hearings. So it's still a work in progress, and we just wanted you to see that basically we're taking information from the ERP and downloading it into Workiva, and it's updating all of our documents as we go along. So we are quite excited about this document this year. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may add one more thing to that, too, and I believe Melinda's passed this out.
I have.
So this right here gives you a quick summary of what we turn in. This is just obviously Section 1, but we'll have a full, with all the sections and the schedules and everything else. But basically, it's as simple as clicking, save and create a PDF, and now we have this. So this is much nicer and much quicker than what we used to have before, and where we actually had to put everything into a document and by hand, manually.
Right. So what I passed out for your convenience today is it starts with a cover, and basically we've taken the Workiva document and we've turned it into a PDF, which we will be using in our presentation, and so that's what our presentation today is going to be basically the Section 1, which is the summary of the revenue and the expenditures, and then it will have a little blurb at the bottom that will tell you how the budget is different this year than it was from last year. If you have any questions, please stop and ask as we go along. So, okay, so let's begin with the Board of Supervisors, and we're just going to go through all the departments. So the Board of Supervisors, there is no revenue, and the expenditures are $536,000. We have an increase in travel, an increase in community support, roughly $15,000. We wanted to also let you know that that this is where we're going to be putting the employee barbecue that we've started to have again annually. We have some revenue. We're actually anticipating some revenue to be used towards that barbecue and some expenditures. We currently have, I believe, around $600 in our fund from last year that we'll be using. So the barbecue is really it's a couple $1,000s, I think, out of the community support to pay for the barbecue this coming year. I believe it's in July.
Yeah. Tentative date is July 20. Let me see here. It's a Thursday of the last week, I believe. Let me just get there. Yeah, the 28th. Tentative date.
And then we also have fixed assets. The fixed assets in the amount of $7,500 is a carryover for things that we are not anticipating that we will complete in this year in the board chambers. However, if we do complete that, then the $7,500 will not be used for next year. Clerk of the board. We have a small increase in travel and training. We've increased the amount spent for computer maintenance due to the Novus and Laserfiche. However, we did offset that cost with some the discontinuation of Questies, and there's an increase in contracts for a county-wide retention policy, records retention policy. We've added a fixed asset of $20,000 for a scanner. We don't believe that we're going to need the whole $20,000 for the scanner, but we put it in there just in case the scanner came back more than we anticipated.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. Yes. Melinda, on the going back to the Board of Supervisors, but it looks like they're all the same. like for instance, in the increased community support, that's money coming in from somebody? Or from us, you know, because I know some of us contributed for the barbecue, so is that what that means?
So the community support that we put in there, I believe it's $15,000, is unexpected
We're
requests.
putting the money out for community support.
Right, for the
Okay,
community
I had
support.
It backwards.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
now, so that's fine, that answers that question. But like if there's increased travel, why is it not more detailed, or will that come?
That will come on the 27th.
Okay, good.
Right.
Because
So then
we
you can look
really
at each of the line items on the 27th.
We'll have a detail.
We'll have a detail.
Okay, good, because
Miss-
and maybe you said it earlier, but I just want to make sure that the community knows,
Yeah.
you know, where this additional costs.
Right,
are
and that will
going
be
to.
on the 27th. Today, we're just trying to do a quick overview
Okay.
of all the departments and some changes that have occurred during the budget cycle.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may as well. One of the things that need to be mindful is we'll have to present that budget for your board this week. So at the end of this week, we'll have to post that. So we'll be posting it, and you'll have access to the line item detail, just so you know.
Okay, on the county administrative office, we have an increase in temporary help. We've been using Christina regularly since February to help us with the budget. However, we do see that there are items that occur throughout the year and where having somebody that we can dedicate to a specific project, those seem to be increasing in our department more and more. And so we did put some, I believe, $35,000 in temporary help as we needed somebody to help with various projects. There's an increase in travel expenses. We put an increase in our general maintenance budget. This building is used quite regularly for meetings and committees, and so we put some money to increase the general maintenance of this building. We have also an increase in consultants. We've been a lot of projects that your board asks us to do. Sometimes we need to hire a consultant in order to get that work accomplished. And so we added a little bit of money in consultants to do that. And then we have fixed assets for computers and equipment. And so those are basically the changes that we have this year in our budget. Let me back up 1 second and say that all the budgets that have personnel in there we have a COLA in October, and so the effects of the COLA, along with the changes in the OPEB, actually OPEB went down a little bit this year, and we have the PERS increased slightly this year. So all of those changes are already incorporated into all the budgets that have personnel. And then the cost plan actually increased quite a bit this year too. County Council, we have added 2 positions, a deputy county counsel and a paralegal. And then there's an increase in consultants for special legal issues as needed during the year. In the auditor's budget, there are some minor changes and corrections to their authorized position schedule. And then they have asked for a fixed asset, $7,500 for a scanner printer. General elections, their budget is actually decreased this year because the primary was this fiscal year. This is like a 4-year cycle that they have, and so next year we will not have the same election responsibilities that they have this year. The Treasurer's Department is actually no change from last year. other than the changes to the personnel, the COLA, and the PERS increase. The tax collector, we are adding a fixed asset of roughly $50,000 for a payment processing system. This system should allow the tax collector's office to scan the payment stubs along with the checks for that payment, and it should automatically update their megabyte system. The assessor, they are moving 2 employees that are currently 3/4 time positions up to full-time positions, and they're adding 2 temporary employees to half-time status. And then they are adding, they requested a $2,000 scanner, and all of these changes will be incorporated in their SCAPA grant. I believe this is the 2nd year, this will be the 3rd year of the SCAPA grant. And it's a good possibility that the state will continue this program. Human resources. We've seen a lot of activity in human resources this year, and so we have added an HR analyst. We're actually taking the director of human resources. We're not able to fill that. We haven't had a lot of luck in filling that lately. And so we're going to take the money from that position and add the HR analyst and move the remainder so that we can keep Georgia on board. And so that's basically no cost to the county right now. And then we will again review the HR director next year. And then we've had to add some consultants due to the reporting for the ACA and some new state regulations. We've increased the HR staff itself for some training. And then we've put some money into this budget for some countywide employee training. The general fund risk management. If you recall, your board, along with the auditor, set up an internal services fund that we've been budgeting general liabilities for. However, having tried that internal service fund for the last couple of years, we've decided that it really is much better to just leave it in the general fund. We still charge the submitted groups their charges for workers' comp and liability and that, and we'll bring that into the general fund, but we will use the general fund to support that program. In information technology, due to the workload, we've added 1 additional authorized position, also as a support to other county departments. We've increased travel and training slightly, and we've had an overall increase in the budget for technology infrastructure concerns, so that we can deal with a combination of internal and external support for the infrastructure base. GIS, Geographic Information System. Basically, the only change in that is we added the cost of a $3,000 it's a scanner plotter for their department. Non-departmental revenues, that's where we capture all the revenues that are not related and used specifically for a specific department. Things like taxes, licenses, fines, and forfeitures. There's also some money from other, from state and governmental agencies. And this a total of $24 million. The increase in taxes was roughly 5% over last year in property taxes. Then we also have non-departmental expenses. A lot of the major costs were down, especially due to the annual audit. We have a new auditing service this year, and so the cost of that was down considerably. And then also we're going to be in the second year of our labor negotiations, so we will not be with the meet and confer process this year. Most of our MOUs end in 2017. And then we added a little bit of funding there's some CIP funding and addressing our comp study. Maintenance of buildings and grounds. There's an increase in this budget for actually addressing some needed repairs and maintenance in our facilities. We've increased janitorial services countywide. I believe this morning there was an item before you discussing a new janitorial service. And then they also asked for a vehicle. Capital outlay, we're still working on this one. Right now, I think we're around $25 million worth of fixed assets. And these are all funded through outside. There's a small portion that we've asked for general fund money. Otherwise, everything else is being funded through impact fees and grants. Public Works will have a whole presentation on the budget during the budget hearings. The grand jury is basically the same with an increase of 2.6% based upon the CPI index. CMSP.
Oh, hold on, Melinda,
I'm
one
sorry.
second. We
Go
have
ahead.
a question from Supervisor Munzer.
So the grand jury was brought into the process of their budget?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And they're good with
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
And currently they are well within their budget.
Yeah.
CMSP, that's a medical participation fee that we pay. And we, as you can see, we do not have anything budgeted in it for this year because due to a surplus at the state or HSA can give us better details on that. They are not requiring that payment to be made in this coming fiscal year. The district attorney's office, they're under their fixed assets, they are looking at putting in a new case management system, and AB 109 is going to be paying for that that system to be the installation of that system. So whatever they have not spent this year will be carried over to next year. Victim witness, there's relatively not any change in the victim witness budget for this coming year. Child support services, the notes were not on here. They are eliminating a position. They have been keeping an eye on their federal and state funding and feel that there's a trend in what the federal and state funding will be going down a little bit. So they have a couple of vacancies, and so they're not going to be filling one of those positions this year. And so we've decided to go ahead and eliminate that position. The public defender, we've increased outside conflicts by the 2.6% CPI. The sheriff's patrol, they went to your board recently and asked for a second deputy for the PV2 project, and that will be completely reimbursed by PV2. There's an increase over fiscal year 15-16 for minimum training requirements. They requested quite a bit more than we were able to do, but we increased their overtime funding this year because in order for them to send people to training, they have to bring somebody in to backfill those positions. So we did increase their overtime a little bit. And then they were asking for some security cameras. Communications, they have a half-time position that we are proposing to be made full-time. In the corrections department, the same thing. There's an increase over fiscal year 15-16 for training purposes. And then we've included camera upgrades and a van in that department. The Office of Emergency Services is relatively the same as last year. The coroner, there's a slight increase, unfortunately, for autopsies. And then in the unit budget, basically the same as last year. The rural grants, the rural crimes grants, there is a request for additional patrol vehicle, and that will be paid from grant funds also. Probation, they are eliminating a position, and they are asking for a vehicle that will be paid with AB 109 funds. Juvenile hall is the same as last year. However, under the CIP projects, we have recommended approximately $120,000 to do some remodeling, some upgrades that that facility is in need of. But that's on the CIP capital projects side. Gang prevention is relatively the same as last year. The Ag Commissioner, if you notice, they have an increase in their revenue. And then we are moving a temporary office assistant to half a position that's going to be on an LTP basis. And then they've also asked for a vehicle. Mosquito abatement, relatively the same as last year. The Fish and Game Commission is the same as last year. Animal control is the same as, I believe there's a slight increase over last year, and that is a contract with the city, and I believe that goes into renegotiations this year. The county fire department, relatively the same as last year, except that we've added the request, they had a request to help repair a fire truck, and so we put that into the budget also. Go ahead.
Yep. Ms. Batalla?
Are we going to look at maybe a capital expenditure the coming year for another fire truck or a share of a fire truck? Is this the time we budget?
This is the time to talk about it. If we want to use some reserves to do that, one of the things that I did request of the fire chief is to meet with staff, to meet with Melinda, because they have been coming to the meetings at the fire committee meetings about the concerns with the equipment, and explain to them that we had a budget for the contract, but not for all these other things that they're talking about. So for this next year, let's discuss that. So. I believe that's what this is right here from that discussion. But, we didn't account for a whole new apparatus or anything like that. So,
yeah, I'll defer to Supervisor Munzer, and because I think we're on the same page.
Yeah, and most of our impact fees, our fire impact fees, are going to Fire Station 3, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of them are. That's correct. Okay. And there's going to be probably a need to add, so because it's a little bit more. I don't know if Adam's here. Adam's not here. So Adam, again, they're all preliminary. He hasn't gotten a full quote yet. But I do know that, it looks like it's a little bit more money than what Fire Chief O'Connor was discussing with us. So we'll have to address that. But it definitely the money that we have allocated for that from the impacts are going to go to that. That's right.
Yeah, I'm pretty concerned about it because if we're going to open up another fire station up early next year, we need a fire engine put in it.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't do us any good without a fire engine, and the condition that our equipment is in. The cities as well, both cities. It's concerning, and I think we need to keep that in mind on two fronts: the necessity to get the impact fees up to date where they need to be. I mean it's substantially more than 25 cents a square foot. And the second, some of these other developments that move forward, Del Webb and some of the stuff that's going out on Southside Road, maybe we got to get some money up front so we could get that equipment in place. And so I think we got quite a bit of work to do in a very short time to do it in order to properly equip, this third station.
Right. Yes. Melinda, if you may, can you enlighten us a little bit more on the conversation you have with the fire chief and those specific needs that you have?
Actually, we have not been able to connect to discuss the whole concept. We've been busy putting together the budget and that kind of thing. So we were looking at coming back and reviewing this after we put together the budget.
So we'll be able to make sure I just want to make sure we have money there to address it this year.
Yeah.
Because you sit in on those fire committee meetings and see and I think there was a report given to us a couple weeks ago. It's disturbing, and as far as the condition of the equipment.
And so I know that the final the budget hearings are the 27th of this month.
That's correct.
So that's when we would have to make a decision.
Right. Yeah. And we can do some more homework. I'll actually meet with him, and we'll discuss that a little further. I don't think that there's been a discussion in these committees with the needs, but really I think what hasn't been defined is what percentage of use. What's our percentage? What's our obligation? I think those conversations need to happen, and I think looking at it from a multi-year as well usage. I think there's a lot of other factors we have to account for with what our obligation is for some of these bigger ticket items, apparatuses. So I think what I need to do is I'll sit down and talk and give you a better report during the budget hearings. And then if we need to make an adjustment, we need to pull it from reserves. I mean, this is kind of the time to talk about it right now. That's why we have this. If this is a concern or wishes of the board to put money into something like this, the only place that we do have it would be one-time money. We could pull it from reserves if that's the wishes of the board.
Yeah, I think it's important to do that with the one-time money, and it better positions us if something happens with our relationship with Hollister, which is not completely out of the question, or if we need to go in a different direction in fire protection, we're able to do so.
Now, Mr. Chair, if I could, there are some engines that are just county-owned. Is that correct?
That's right.
And so what the CAO is talking about is sharing the cost of a new one with the city. Ray, is that what you're...
Well, and I think that's been kind of the discussion. We've gone back and forth with that. There hasn't really been a definitive on cost sharing with that. If we put in money, we go ahead and provide some money. How is that truck? Is that truck going to be split 80, 70% city? 10% county and 10% city of San Juan Bautista. We need to kind of delve into that a little bit more. Unless we purchase the whole vehicle ourselves and it's our vehicle, it makes it more of a cleaner split if we ever decide to go our own way. Not saying that that'll happen, but I think it's something that needs to be considered.
And the other question I had, if I still have the floor, is the facility itself. We are really putting out the cost, just the county, there's no assistance from the city on that.
That's correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell?
I was just going to make the comment. I believe the contract with the city and the contract we used to have with CAL FIRE was we were supposed to provide one engine to facilitate the contract. I believe that's still where we are with the city. And the issue is, has that one engine reached its
Just end of life?
Yes, end of life type of thing. And so I think it definitely needs to be discussed. Now, whether we have the wherewithal to do both the station and an engine the same year, that's what we need to have the discussion with, in a couple of weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thanks, Melinda.
Okay. The county clerk budget is relatively the same as last year. The county recorder, they requested an additional staff analyst, and that will be covered with their micrographic modernization funding.
Can we go back, Mr. Chair? On the county clerk, you said that it's about the same, but yet it's like $150,000 more in net county cost. I'm not seeing the.
So I know that there are
the same. It's quite different, and I didn't have a chance to really look to see where the difference was.
Yeah. Let
I
me
see
take a
where the
look
revenues are the same, but the expenditures are quite different by about $160,000.
Let me go back and take a look at that, and I'll answer your question for you.
Okay. It is salaries. I just got a chance
Right.
to look at it in most.
So
of
I
it
know,
is
I think what happened is they have people that work in their department, and they split them differently every year. Sometimes they work more, like this year they would have worked more in elections. And then, so they move the split of those people around every year. Shouldn't be needed quite so much in elections this year, and they may be focusing a little bit more on county clerk.
Okay, if you could just double check on that, so when we do our final.
I will
that
check on that
we do
for
have
you.
a good picture of that did happen, and how the split occurred.
Because I know that last year when we did their budget, because we had the new PCNs, we didn't quite split them the way that they wished us to divide them. And so we tried to work with them a little bit better this year on how they wanted their personnel to be divided between elections clerk and recorder. So that could be a big difference. So I will take a look at that for sure and get back to you. Public administrator was relatively the same as last year. Planning department, again, you may see between the planning department, the public works administration. Again, there were some changes in how personnel were dedicated to those positions. There are not any new positions, but how they are split between planning and public works and the road department and integrated waste. There were some changes in how personnel was split between those departments. And the planning department, they're having some changes in their consultants. They're going to be completing their permit software installation, and they've also asked for another vehicle. They actually asked for 2 big vehicles, and we recommended one.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, the consultants there was discussed today, but that the anticipation of actually saving some money from that. So that's a big one right there, bringing the money back in-house with all the building.
And that the public administrator is, Mr. Chair, if I could, does that fall under the clerk auditor? I thought that was under the treasurer tax collector.
That should be under the treasurer, so we will make that change.
And so then the follow-up question is then the public administrator, tax collector, treasurer, do those departments share personnel where they could be going back and
They
forth?
do.
Because there is a big difference also there in net county cost. It's not substantial when you look at the dollar amount, but big from one year to the other.
In which one?
In the public administrator.
I believe that, I will double check on that. I believe that that has to do with the cost plan.
Oh,
Yeah. Indirect charges should be cost plan adjustments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
You know, maybe that, I think Supervisor Barrios is bringing up a pretty good point. I understood how the elections, it's a little lighter this coming year, and those people are be funneled off to the auditor's office. But I just wonder if some help could be given to the treasurer's office. I don't know if there's enough there to be able to do that. I know the auditor, he's pretty busy too. But maybe that's something that we could be looking into, especially on off years, and kind of bring some relief in that department as well.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments?
I think that's a good idea, especially during peak times.
Right,
when
during the peak
during the
times
peak times.
especially.
Yeah.
And that kind of would try to make everybody a little bit more happier,
Right.
maybe.
Right.
Abandoned vehicles. Earlier today, you heard different options on abandoned vehicles. There is $2,300 budgeted in that department currently. I believe that it's for some towing options. The general plan update, there's $50,000 in that budget again this year for some minor maintenance of the general plan, should that need arise. Land developments actually increased that budget a little bit this year. Revenue and expenditures, this is a reimbursement from various planning projects that are in the works. And so the revenue and the expenditures should relatively be the same. There could be a slight, you get a little bit more revenue one year or have a little more expenditures one year, but relatively it should balance itself out in the long run. Housing and economic development. There was a request for an additional person this year. However, that was not recommended as we are trying to focus on current employees and the comp study. The increase of $300,000 is for the high-speed rail consultants and staff time that you heard about this earlier this morning. And then there's a slight increase in the economic development allocations. This is where we had allocated money this year for the Chamber, the EDC, and the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership.
Mr. Chair, if I could. Now, why isn't the revenue from the state up on the top? We expect that we're going to get it, so for the consultants for the high-speed rail that you talked about?
Okay. Let me take a look at that. We could have missed that in our review.
Unless Supervisor Munzer is right and we're never going to see that money and you're
No, I said
anticipating-
that.
Oh, was that
It was-
you?
no, that was
That
me.
was you.
I think she's got it right.
I hope not. That's a huge
Public Works Administration, again.
1 second.
I'm sorry,
have
go
a
ahead.
question on the housing and economic development. Didn't we have agreements in place for a project that was approved, or really is approved in the last couple of months, that money was in lieu of affordable housing? should go into this area?
Brent can answer that.
That's generally bricks and mortar, considered bricks and mortar money. However, the broader question, if I might, is if the county were to reinstate an affordable housing participation ordinance of some sort, of either a fee or participation, a part of that could be used to support staff to administer the program.
Okay, so that, but I would hope that we would do that in near-term future. I guess the Planning Commission is working on that. But we have agreements in place with one developer I know of, maybe two, that revenue should be flowing in someplace. I don't know. Maybe it's a different department.
Oh, I hope not. Yes. Two things. First of all, the money's not been paid to us yet. It would be paid at the time building permits are pulled, and we don't know when that will be. Secondly, I would hate to bring on staff on the basis of an individual or two or three development agreements that have a very limited life and no, they're one-time benefits to the county. So we would have to string a whole lot of those together, absent an ordinance or some other fee mechanism.
Oh, okay. So we'll recognize that revenue when we get it and then appropriate it where it should go. All right. Thank you.
We don't have a chair or a vice chair, so I'm just going to address the board. But I have been in conversation with the city, with the city manager about this and about bringing someone back like a CJ. So we have been working on this because it is very important for our community, which includes the cities and the county. So I just wanted to make sure the board was aware of that. Good.
I really would like to see that. I thought we got a lot of good out of that position when we had it. Then the recession hit, and naturally nothing was happening. But now that we're going the other direction, I think it's important for the affordability in our community and a balance of type of housing, too.
Okay, Public Works Administration, again, having used the authorized position and the ERP for a year now, we have recognized where some of our allocations for positions were actually in different departments, and so we've tried to tighten up and make those correct again this year. And then they have asked for a scanner in their department. Road maintenance, we actually have a handout. This has a correction to it, and we have a handout that we gave you. Let me find it. It says budget worksheet up at the top. And the major concern that we want you to take a look at is that on page 3, the last page of that worksheet, there was actually a revenue is short of expenditures by a roughly $540,000. This is the budget that we are having concerns with. I'll let Ray go ahead and explain that one a little bit better.
We mentioned this morning concerning different issues that not only the county of San Benito is faced with, but other counties throughout the state and the nation, and that's dealing with the lack thereof of fuel tax, as well as the decrease in the cost of fuel, so lowering those costs as well. So that's been a real significant hit for everybody, and compounding the issue. There's been some money that we have been pulling to subsidize the operations, the road division particularly, and that money has been depleted or was depleted this year. So with that being said, I guess there's a funding. Hopefully I get this right. It's new Huda. Anyways, new Huda money that doesn't cover the actual cost associated with operations. With that being said, we're looking at about $500,000 short, which we wanted to bring to the board's attention and to work on this right now. That's what we want to talk about. We want to look at options. I'm going to ask Brent to go to the podium right now and discuss this a little further from a detailed perspective, so that you can ask any questions. There are some things that we're considering. We worked through lunch. We've been working with RMA on some possible solutions for this particular division. Looking at, right now we've implemented last year vacancy budgeting. We're looking at the potential of saving some money on with staffing that's not being employed at that particular moment in time. They're going through a hiring process. I think 5 or 6 people right now within that office, about putting a freeze on that and waiting. So there's some options with that. The other option is to look at the possibility of reserves, or potentially, and I, as hard as I want to, I really want to say this, but layoffs. I mean, if we have to, this is the one area that has the greatest impact in our whole county right now. And unfortunately, it's just the infusion of funding that we're just not receiving from outside. So, Brent, I'd like to have you talk a little bit more about it, maybe some more of the details, and any thoughts or suggestions or comments.
Sure, thanks. Well, Ray kind of laid out the options, and I'm ready to take the arrows for those. Thank you. But they really are 4. I mean, we can get some savings from attrition. We can get some savings, perhaps from internal fund transfers, although that's money that would be committed to other things. So we'd have to rob Peter to pay Paul in some respects. There is. I hate more than the word layoffs. The word layoffs is there, but the other option is to use one-time reserves from the general fund or elsewhere, and that is not a place I want to go, because that is strictly a Band-Aid sort of solution. We need a longer-term solution to all of this. But let me take a half a step back and remind you, and I'm sure you know, that the RMA is new, that we've done a lot of combining, recombining, creating efficiencies, tapped into some new funding sources, recreated the consultant effort that we have supporting us. But we are at a skeleton crew level in many aspects. I have Linda here today, not to drain the office, but because she knows the answers to she knows where every dollar came from, and she's here to support the answers for you in that regard. But to bring her here today, I had to close the office, because that is how thin we were. Now the office is back open because we were able to rearrange some staff and get coverage. But that is the level that we're at. We're a skeleton crew. We're in the midst of this growing pains, the changeover. I expect that next year when I stand before you, it will be a much different picture. We'll be in a lot better place with affordable housing ordinances, integrated waste contracts, voter approval of some funds, perhaps, a number of other sources. But we're at a place right now where we just don't have those things in place, and so we're struggling a bit. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I'd be happy to answer questions if you have detailed questions, or defer back to
I may
Ray.
add a couple more comments. I know that we talked a little bit about this from a higher level. There are some things that we are looking at administratively. We have a system right now, a new ERP system that we've discussed quite a bit today. You could see the numbers that are being pulled from that. But the board, like to remind the board that we have an old legacy system that we still use to pull data from, and that's the Bitech system. And that system cost us $150,000 a year, which we need to cut that. We have to, so I'm pushing really hard with consultants right now to actually move the data over so we can pull the data and no longer have to pay those fees. That's a possibility. So right now, staff for the last week or two have been doing our best to try to figure out ways where we can save some money to be able to redirect that. One of the things, again, that may not happen for a while, but we may be able to save some money this year. We were envisioning of putting that technology money back into technology to keep us moving forward in the future. But this is pretty significant. The roads are, I'm sure you get calls all the time about the roads and the conditions of the roads, and I think this is a good place to put that if we can. The other thing is some possible savings from the Interwest contract, another $100,000. So there's some things that we're working on right now to cut that potentially in half. With attrition, that we may be able to buy us some time to put a good plan together with the possibility of possibly using reserves if we have to. But I wanted to, just make sure the board is aware of the situation we're in, but not, also to let you know that we're also doing our best to right now to kind of get some options as well.
Mr. Chair, two more things, if I might. We are creating efficiencies in staff. Linda has taken charge, really, of creating a whole set of new procedures as we rolled the various departments together, and I think that's taking hold. One of the things that we've done is go to an electronic version of the Planning Commission agenda, for example. So we're no longer building a foot-tall notebook and distributing that to each of the Planning Commission members and all of the public sites. It's going to be electronic and through Novus. Thank you, Louis. And that's already created some staff efficiencies. The second part is a good news, bad news sort of thing. How do I say this politely? We don't have a loving relationship with Caltrans right now. They're not very happy with us because we're not able to advance bridge projects and other public works projects through the system in a timely way. Mea culpa. It's a long-standing problem. We're addressing that, but we don't have the horsepower right now to be able to move forward in an aggressive way to make that happen. And you saw some of the results of that earlier today in contract amendments, things that mighta, shoulda, coulda gone a different way a long time ago and been resolved that now we have to deal with. So I would ask you to please be very considerate of the public works positions so that we don't dig ourselves into a deeper hole on that side.
Any questions from members?
We all do.
Supervisor Barrios?
Thank you very much. Okay, we are on the road maintenance page, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so we have revenues of $600,000 more for 16-17, but it looks like most of the expenses for fixed assets. Explain that? How are we getting more money and then putting out more under fixed assets? I thought that would be under. If it's equipment, I would think that we have a fund for equipment that would not have to come out of this budget.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
So that's a combination of our pavement management program that we're bringing on board and small equipment that we need in line to replace our old equipment. We have some trucks in there, and that's all revenue that's impact fee revenue that's coming in to offset. Does that answer?
Not yet. So then the $600,000 that, or $650,000 that we're getting additional, it looks like it's coming, well, we're losing intergovernmental revenues, but we're gaining miscellaneous and other financing sources and indirect costs.
This is, are you looking at this page?
I'm looking at the road maintenance.
Yeah.
She gave you an
this is the
amendment
update.
on this one.
So this one is not.
This one is not, yeah, the one that's in your packet, we do not want you to be looking at. We updated that.
Okay, so where does this road maintenance part start here on this handout?
So on the revenues, the 500, when you're looking at this page right here, the 540,000 is what we're actually short in our new handout.
Okay, I'm looking. On the right page.
So the revenue starts at the top.
Let me take a moment to look at this so I can make heads or tails of it. And Mr. Chair, thank you. You may have to come back to me if I have questions later.
No problem.
Thank
Got
you.
plenty of time. Supervisor Patella?
Jerry wants to go first. Okay. You know, the way I see this budget, it's pretty much close to status quo, or is it? But we have 5 guys on the road crew.
Yes, sir.
And at one time, we had 3 crews of 5 guys, 15. And I first want to say I go out there, I watch these guys work. They do a good job, and it's incredible the amount of work we're getting out of this group. And I think it says a lot to them. But you know, as I have stated with Measure P to everybody that I know and going out there pushing it, this is a fire, and it's running away from us. It's absolutely impossible for our 5 guys to keep the roads open the way they had this year, next year. I really firmly believe that. We have to do something on the November ballot. This is testimony that probably we should have had before the election day. Some of the suggestions I kind of would like to make, though, for the road crew, you know, it's dangerous work being out there in traffic, but is there a way that we could put together some sort of intern program, get underemployed people or non-skilled people that are looking for reasonable, good jobs? I kind of wanted to approach the sheriff and ask him if there was a possibility even using prisoners that to help shovel hot mix into holes in the road. And start using some of these guys that we, you know, are just sitting around the jail. Maybe we could have them help us a little bit. But I'm really upset with Caltrans as well. We spend so much energy worrying about some stupid bridge that we don't need to really fix. It's not a problem. And we had 2 budget amendments or contract amendments this morning. I'm sure there's people in the office, and it does siphon off general fund. I don't care what anybody says. There's general fund. Your time is general fund, and you're paying attention to this crap. But 156 is delayed. I brought this up at COG. They have stolen our highway money or our road money to fund 156. And on their discretion, they are delaying the project. that money ought to be funneling back to us so we could use it on our projects. They've never been on my good side. I mentioned this this past weekend to the chair in a couple of messages that we exchanged, that I've been way too nice to people, too compromising, and especially at the COG. I really have been trying to work with people. But this is a big, big deal. And I think they don't have a whole lot of room to talk either. They owe us money as far as I'm concerned. And sooner they pay us, and the better off we are. Our department hasn't received those funds. Now, if we were receiving some of these funds, would that cure some of our shortfall in road maintenance?
Correct me if you think I'm wrong. I don't believe that there is that the state is living off of the float in terms of not paying us over a period of time, that they pay us back if we invoice correctly and that. So it's the turnaround time to get money back into the bank is not egregious. I don't know how long it is, 30 days, 45 days, 60 days, somewhere in that range, but it's not 6 months and longer, unless we've messed up somewhere. And because we've been through some staffing changes, we have made some mistakes in invoicing and got things back and done it 2 or even 3 times. But we've learned, and so that's not as big an issue as it was even just a few months ago. Two other things, if I might, while I have the floor. You mentioned an intern program or work release road crew program. We have that. We make use of that to the extent that we can. The difficulty is that those folks require not only supervision but extra supervision, and we don't have the manpower to provide that supervision, the extra level of supervision, because all of our guys are actually out working. And that segues into my second comment that a couple of months ago I was a human traffic cone while we were out painting lines in a road on Fairview Road up at the intersection of Fallon. I have no technical expertise. I couldn't figure out where the lines had to be, but I could stand in the road and get cars to slow down. And so that was my job during that day. So that's where we are in staffing the road crews. Yes, we have five folks, more on a good day, less on a bad day.
Okay. And it just concerns me, as I mentioned this morning, about the housing and economic development. There's $300,000 going into planning for this bullet train. Maybe it's better to take that $300,000 and put it in the road maintenance program and let the bullet train take care of itself. It's not our project. But that's just me talking. I am done ranting.
Supervisor Munzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as I'm reading, I think it was the same on both forms. 2014, we received $3 million and change from the state that went into the road maintenance.
That's how I would read this.
And we are projecting $1.5 million in change. So about a little over half. We're down by almost half.
Yes.
I think that's huge. I think the public needs to be aware of that. And that is one of the biggest reasons why we are not able to maintain the roads like we need to. The other question I have is, it was said we were stealing $500,000 from Peter to pay Paul.
We borrowed, yes. We didn't steal.
Okay, whether you want to use borrow or steal. How many years were we doing that for?
About 5 years.
At $500,000 a year, or that was $100,000 a year for 5 years.
A year, yeah. It was an annual, but it varied a bit. But it was an annual amount, yeah. $500 a year.
$500 a year for
Yes,
5 years to supplement this account?
That was in our piggy bank. Now our piggy bank is empty.
Oh, okay, we did. Okay, so again, we borrowed it and we have to pay it back to the piggy bank?
No, it was our
we were able
money.
just to
We just drew it down.
Okay, all right. Because I've heard both. I've heard we now have to pay it back.
Oh, no.
To the piggy bank, wherever the piggy bank is. So we're good there. We don't have to pay anything back.
That's correct.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Chair, I think that there was a payback, and that was the TCRF money.
Oh, yeah.
So there was a payback, and there was a payback of approximately $280,000. So there was an issue that occurred back in 2009, 2010 that that was addressed that we had to pay back. So
that's been paid
so
back.
if that's what you're hearing,
I think
that's probably what it is.
Yeah. So that's been paid back, and we're square on that.
Yeah.
So if we were to borrow, steal $500,000 from reserves, that's only going to get us through 1 year.
Yes, sir.
And that will only allow us to maintain the road. And again, no disrespect to the crew because they are doing a great job, but that money's not going to improve the level of service that we are providing.
That's correct.
It's just going to maintain it. And without it, we're going to be giving even worse
We will
service.
fall farther behind. In late July or first part of August, hopefully the earlier date, I will be bringing to the board a presentation on the results of the pavement management system study, where we have the consultant that's gone around the entire county and surveyed the condition of the pavement, the roads. I expect that will be very interesting and illuminating, and it will significantly underscore the need to do heavy, big-time maintenance on the roadway system.
So the way we're headed, at some point I will no longer have the most dirt roads. District 4 will not have the most dirt roads.
No, I believe it will be Jaime's district.
We'll do our best to make sure District 4 does, though.
All right. I guess it's just frustrating because even if we did, find another $500,000 to borrow,
yeah,
it's only buying us 1 year.
Yes, sir. I want to stress that we are working very hard on alternative sources of funding and on more efficiencies and other stuff to sort of backfill that on a long-term basis. We recognize that any stealing from Peter to pay Paul is a Band-Aid, and we can't continue that. So our goal is a long-range solution.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And two, I want to reiterate what Supervisor Bertello said earlier. The road crew is doing a fantastic job with what we have given them.
Yes, they are.
Unfortunately, we have not given them very much.
Thank you for that. Yeah. They will learn. They will hear that.
Any other questions? Oh, Supervisor Barrios?
I think I got it.
All right.
Okay, but first of all, I have to make sure that what is called 2016 adopted budget is actually 1516 on the budget worksheet report, this one. It doesn't do it in fiscal year. It says 2016 adopted budget. Do we mean 1516?
That right. The new terminology, the new way to be looking at budget terminology is the last year of the budget.
Of the budget. Okay.
Right.
Well,
So
with that,
1516 will now say 16 year.
Okay. So now what that is telling me, and I want to make sure I've got this right, is that we actually adopted a budget that was going to put us short $674,000 for this fiscal year end.
I don't believe so.
And then now for the fiscal year 16-17, now we are looking at adopting a budget that is going to be short $540. So are we looking at $1.1 million then?
I don't believe so. I think there was a transfer in the TCRF fund.
This was the last year that we had left money used for the TCRF fund, traffic congestion relief funds. What's been infusing roads since 2009-10. So the piggy bank we've been drawing down. This was the last year. We have money available for that.
Okay, so then that short of
Was
600
is going to be using TCRF funds. So
and we
it'll
have
zero it
enough
out.
to cover that shortage for the end of this fiscal year?
This report
Yes,
shows
this-
you what we will be transferring. That negative is really, it zeroes out once we do a year-end cleanup with our TCRF funds.
Okay, but the 540 is real.
That's real.
I mean, that is what
That
we're
is what
going
we're
to
looking
have
at.
to, how to figure out how we're going to cover that shortage.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay.
Well, maybe we do have some more questions, comments to probably the staff or the CAO. So we're 500,000 short here. We've kind of been operating on a, thin ice to begin with.
Yeah.
Some of these departments have had some, pretty substantial increases.
Mm-hmm.
Has the thought crossed our minds to cut the other departments a little bit and bring some of this money over?
Yes, I actually have given that some thought. Again, that's why we're here today. We're here.
That's
to,
why we're
here
here,
to talk
just
about
to talk
about these things. There have been increases. I know that there's an individual, for IT. I know that we've added 2, I believe, individuals for county counsel's office. So today's the time. Today's the talk. Let's talk about it. If we want to remove those and address this particular office, this is the time to talk about it. So yes, I have given that some thought, and it's really up to the wishes of the board what you want to do, and we can probably, if the board, maybe we take a recess, we can talk a little bit what's crucial, what's important. There's a lot of those positions are important, especially with the development coming in, all the increased workload. We are asking a lot of these offices to do a tremendous amount more work, but obviously this is another department that's in a similar boat, to do a lot of work with not very much, and we don't have a lot of funding for this. So yes.
So what is the wishes of the board?
I would love to get, well, I wouldn't love it because I don't like to see this sort of thing, but I would like to get a list of that department's employees, FTEs, and then what it would take just in the way of personnel to make up this 540. How many FTEs would we have to lay off?
Is it
Okay.
as far as
We have that information.
some options
Just a
from
moment.
staff? Brent, what is the turnaround for us to get maybe some options?
You have at least one scenario.
What?
You have at least one scenario, yeah? Ready to talk about it? No.
And Mr. Chair, while they're looking at that, just for us, as we have a plan to go to the voters in November, and this is the optimum time to bring these things, to light, so that maybe we could have a short-term plan until that happens, until we put it to the voters, and then if it doesn't happen, then of course we'll have to do some long-term changes. But this is a reality that we have to put out there so that the county knows what we're facing.
Yeah, and what I'm looking for myself is kind of a status quo level of road maintenance that we had last year, and this budget doesn't even provide what we had this year, next year, and the problem is it'd be far worse next year. But I could look, the voters in the eye and tell them, well, we had choices, and this is the direct path we have to go down.
Yeah.
But the roads, Riverside Road, Union Road, Fairview, Fraser Lake, I can't name any in South County, sorry, Jerry. But, those all need overlays. And this what, I think we're contemplating is just putting some cold patch or hot patch down and fill in potholes. And we have to do that.
Mr. Chair, if I may add one more comment to that. So, with that being said, if you look at every fund that we've been talking about, the requested by the department heads in the audience is much greater than what we're actually bringing to you today. So, when you think about that, those numbers were where we really need to be at. Could be substantially higher, and we're definitely kind of behind on that. So, Brent, I believe they actually have that answer for you, Supervisor Barrios, up on the screen.
My understanding is that this is a listing of all of the positions in the public works. In public works, one of the scenarios that we had talked about that would more or less cover the shortfall is eliminating road crew entirely. That's not a way that I want to go. I don't think that's a way that the supervisors want to go, but that gives you a sort of a sense of the size of the hit that we would have to take. Now, the road crew members are not as generously paid as some of the other technical positions in the department, so it would be a bigger hit personnel-wise than it would be to take senior engineers or something like that. But nonetheless, we're talking 3, 4, 5 positions in the department. And we have 4 empty right now. 4 empty right now. This would be beyond the 4. We would be talking a total of maybe half a dozen positions that we would not be able to fill. We would be stepping backwards in a fairly substantial way if we were to achieve this through a layoff scenario.
Is there any cost savings in contracting? We've talked about this before, contracting the mowing, contracting, I think the county looked into contracting even pothole filling through a private firm.
Yeah,
I'm not worried about the union personally right now, but if take that issue out of the mix, is there savings to be had there?
Prevailing wage still applies, and so it's not a particular savings. We can probably one of the things we're doing now, as opposed to last year with a change in the supervisory staff on road crew, is we're going to begin spraying as opposed to mowing frequently along roadsides. Spraying has a longer term effect. So there'll be obviously some cost for chemicals and so on, but there will be less labor cost to go and maintain that once a month or twice a month to do the mowing. There's a lot of little things like that that can possibly be done. We're trying to do all of that already. Whether that adds up to enough, it's really hard to say. I don't think so. We might get $50,000, $60,000 out of more efficiency. In other words, if my guys are not mowing, they'll be able to fill potholes or do grading maintenance on roads instead. So there's not savings there, but there's more efficiency in terms of what gets done. I'm not sure that answered the question.
Yeah, it answered it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments? Board members?
Mr. Chair, if I may, if we can take a recess,
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's take 5 minutes.
and then we can kind of.
I think we're in a position to.
Yeah, I think we need to talk. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. that brief recess, and I'll probably look to our county administrative staff. My thoughts on this issue, and having learned of this shortfall, we're certainly not going to solve the problem in the next 5, 10, 15, or 20 minutes. We are going to have a study session or a special meeting, a date to be determined probably in the next week or two, related to the tax. It was the county sales tax, and then there was another issue. Vehicle abatement, yeah. And so I propose that we move this issue as well to maybe the special meeting. We could have a special a budget session. This will give staff to really develop some options for our board to look at and consider at that time. And then if we have additional thoughts ourselves, we can introduce them at that meeting as well. But this is certainly going to take a team effort, a collective effort, and so if that's okay with the rest of the board, then we can move on and go. Do you have any additional comments?
No, that's fine. We'll go ahead and do that. We'll schedule it. We only have a week and less than 2 weeks, so we have next week. We'll have to do it next week. So if you can, maybe keep your calendars free. We'll try to set up an evening meeting to maybe invite the public where they can be here. So we'll get back to your board on that and make sure you guys have some time available. We'll make it public.
And so I know Jaime is not here, but the rest of the board, does that work on your calendars? Is there a specific day that may work best? Okay, so we should probably do it either Monday, Wednesday, or Friday. Or Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday? Okay. I think Wednesday would work well for me. Is best for me as well.
The 22nd? Wednesday the 22nd? Okay.
Yes, Wednesday 22nd.
Okay.
Anybody else?
What time on the 22nd?
Evening time, 5, 6 o'clock. It's up to the
late
board.
Afternoon, early evening?
Or even late. It's up to the board, whatever works.
20 seconds.
Yeah, 5, okay?
But if we want more public participation, it's 5 o'clock, 2:30.
We could do 6.
It would be important to me, and I know it would be important to you, that the public hear the issues that we're facing in regards to roads. And if they have any interest and want to be here and want to have a
voice,
maybe ideas. 6 o'clock.
All right. Yeah, let's do 6 o'clock, Ray.
Sounds good.
Wednesday?
Wednesday. I'll do that.
Excellent.
Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and continue. I've asked Melinda to kind of go through it quickly. If you do have any questions or comments, please hold us up and we'll address those.
Okay, so we are now on the COG one, which is on page 53 of your handout. The revenues and expenditures for COG are the same. They reimburse us for their payroll services. Road projects right now are at $50 million. We normally budget this at full cost for a project. However, the actual work that is done during the year is not the full cost. The CSAs, there is a net county cost of $343,000. That's actually a combination. It's not really a usage of fund balance. It is a usage of fund balance. They use reserves when they need to, and then they put money back into reserves depending upon the individual CSA.
So it's a loan in essence?
Pardon me?
It's a loan?
No, sometimes they put money back into their fund balance, and sometimes they use money from their fund balance. So this would be using the net effect of using money from their fund balance of the individual CSAs. It's really not it's not a cost.
Yeah, but it's identified as net county cost and it really isn't. So is there, put it someplace else?
So we will go back and take a look at how that calculation is being done, and we will try to make that look that there's not any type of net county cost. Correct. Mental health, again, that's a subvented department, and they've added a couple of FTEs, and they've added a vehicle, but there is not any, they pay for all of that through their mental health funding. Substance abuse is relatively the same as last year, and again, that is not any kind of net county cost. They have revenue to cover all their expenditures. The public health summary, I gave you a handout. This is a summary of the whole public health agency, and I gave you a handout that shows you the various programs and how much each of those programs are costing. They are going to be using their fund balance of around $460,000. Again, that's not any impact to the general fund. There is the next one is the Supplemental Nutrition Program, SNAP. We actually gave you that information in the handout, so that's kind of an extra page in there. Revenue covers expenditures. Emergency Medical Services is a subvented group, and their revenues will cover their expenditures. Integrated Waste Management, they have some money set aside for the Resource Recovery Park allocation if there's any work to be done on the Resource Recovery Park. And again, their revenues equal their expenditures. And the same with the regional agency, revenues cover their expenditures. Human Services, they have a couple of additional FTEs. They've combined some of their smaller programs into this administration budget, and their fixed assets is the cost of their lease payments of their vehicles. The net county cost, which is not a cost to the general fund, is basically a usage of their fund balance. CSWD, again, is a subvented fund, and their revenues equal their expenditures. Public Authority is also a subvented fund, and this should actually show that their revenues cover their expenditures. We'll have to go back and check the calculation on that one. Aid to Indigents, which is general relief, we are going to be making a change in this budget. The budget should be $120,000, not $420,000, and we will make that change and have that available to you at our budget hearings. Community programs. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm.
Do we use that money? We do. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Microphone,
I just remember.
Mike.
Oh. I just remember the good old days when it was only like $10,000 and we hardly ever used it. And so this money is being. Where does it go? Who do we write the checks to?
The general assistance. This is a program. He'll probably give you a little bit better information, but this program is for people that do not qualify under other welfare aid programs.
There's a section of the state code called Welfare and Institutions Code 17,000. It requires counties to support those people who are not supported by any other program. In our county, that's between 50 and 70 people, and as you recall, I think it was 2013 or 14, based upon negotiations with the CRLA, the board implemented a new policy with new benefit levels, and that's what we're operating under right now, and we're continuing to have conversations with the CAO on this issue.
Yeah, Mr.
So-
Chair, if I may, we've actually had a few meetings. We just had one recently, I believe, yesterday with staff from Health and Human Services to address this. One of the things that we're going to be, or I've requested staff to do, is to come back to your board and look at the programs, what they offer, and looking at that was one of the things the board actually requested, is to come back to give you a review of what the program's doing. So with this year's budget and looking at the numbers, that was one of the things that we need to address. We need to look at not necessarily putting caps, but at least looking at the programs and what we can do to kind of infuse multiple things, if we can, to reduce those general fund costs. So.
Well, yeah, especially in light of, some of the other shortfalls, and seeing this number go up.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know who these people are, what kind of people they are, or what, but maybe they should go out and get a job and make a living. But I would feel a lot more comfortable if that number stayed status quo from maybe even a couple years back.
One of the things that was discussed was Social Security. I guess there are some number of individuals and are being able to actually receive some money back from there. I don't know. You can elaborate a little bit more, Jim, on that particular
Well,
item.
in the program we have, again, there's generally between 50 and 70 people that are on the program in the county. Some of those people are deemed what we call employable. They are required to go through certain things in order to be eligible. They have to attend classes. They have to be kind of looking for work. They're not the most employable people, even they are deemed employable. And then there are those who are deemed unemployable, and those are the ones that generally are probably not going to get another job because of disabilities, mental health issues, substance abuse issues. So we work with them to try to see if we could get them onto a Social Security program and move them on that way. If we're successful in doing that, then we get reimbursed from Social Security for the money that we put out for them while they were here.
The caveat with that is it could take a year, it could take even a little longer. So by the time we get paid back, it could be some time.
The dilemma is, honestly, if we don't budget enough money and we run out of money, then you're going to get sued again. And there is a Welfare and Institutions Code. It's been around since 1939. Says this is a county responsibility, and so we're trying to figure out the best way to deal with that. We have a list of things that we've been looking at, trying to look at what other counties are doing, seeing if we can kind of manage with that. And then there are some funding options that we've had discussions with the CAO about that we are not yet in agreement on.
We're working on things.
Yeah, I know there's a balance there, but hopefully we don't make too many programs where it just incentivizes people to utilize the program and not improve their lives. And
that's our goal. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Okay.
Okay. Community-based organizations. We had a discussion about this a couple of meetings ago, and you asked me to come back to your board with to look at how much we have provided to some of these agencies throughout the year. And the only one that I was able to find that we also provided fundings for in different areas is the Hollister Youth Alliance for a total of $263,000. I think we recommended $4,000 to that organization this year. And it appears, I gave you a handout, by the way, I'm sorry. It's the title of it. It's accounts payable distribution. It looks like perhaps they are paying for various clients to attend programs through their system. So I just wanted to let you know that we did take a look at that, and that was the only one that I could find where we provided additional funding through the year.
I just want to ask, how much did Youth Alliance get allocated?
I think we recommended an allocation of $4,000 for that.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Any other
Yeah, I
questions?
guess my comment would be, in light of our earlier discussion, does this need to be revisited? You know, I mean, we were getting criticized for giving away taxpayer money to support nonprofits. And at that point, my feeling was, well, you know, we have a balanced budget. We had a history of giving a percentage of the sales tax back to the nonprofits, but I wonder if we just need to revisit this. It's not going to do a whole lot towards a deficit in the road department, but you know, it starts chipping
helps,
away.
yeah.
But yeah, it starts chipping away at it. So anyway, that would be my recommendation.
We could add that on.
Yeah, I think
the
that,
agenda.
and I would like to be part of that discussion. I know last time that we had that discussion, I had to step out because I had another obligation I had to attend to. But I do have some comments related to this. But yeah, I think, you know, everything has to be on the table, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Migrant Labor Center, again, that's its vetted fund, and revenues equal their expenditures. First five is no longer a budget in our department. They did have some history, which is why they're still on here. But there was no budget for them for this year. They have become an independent program. Veteran Services is relatively the same as last year. The only change that we made is now that they received some one-time funding a year or two ago, and they asked to use that money towards a temporary person. That money is now part of their annual funding, and so we included that in their revenues, plus we included the temporary help in their budget. The county library revenues are at $92,000 and expenditures are at $934,000. And there were no additional changes in their budget. The Ag Extension, there was a small increase in support for their program. And a small increase in services and supplies, and then they also asked for a vehicle.
Percentage-wise, it seems like a pretty big increase, though, isn't it? Or as far as with the net county costs? Because adopted last year was about 30,000, and this year recommended is closer to 70,000.
I believe that's related to their vehicle. Most of it's related to their vehicle.
Oh, a vehicle?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
That's Memorial Park. Basically the same funding as last year. The parks is basically the same funding as last year. However, they added a community garden to that, and those funds are being offset by PG&E. Debt service, we probably will take that out. The county does not have any debt service at this time. And then finally, appropriations for contingencies. We were not able to get the amount in there. The amount that we have set aside for contingencies right now is $1,115,858. And that covers our county budget. Any questions, comments, concerns?
Is it balanced?
It is balanced with some.
So we have
Well,
more
with these changes,
It's balanced with some holes.
It is
in
balanced. Actually, yes, I did give you a handout that shows you the summary of all the funds. Schedule 1, I believe. Did you get Schedule 1? It shows you the summary of the general fund and all the special revenue funds, along with the landfill and the CSAs. And yes, it is balanced. However, you will see that we did use some reserves and one-time funding. And then we also had at our last special board meeting, you took our unassigned fund balance and reassigned it. And so Schedule 3, I believe you should have, shows you the kind of the impact of those changes. These are draft. We're still working on them because we're still having to make some changes in the actual numbers. And this is not linked into the Workiva document yet. That's going to be our goal for next year. But it'll show you basically the recap of the entire budget.
So, Mr. Chair, so what we'll do is we'll do some more homework. We'll set up the meeting. We'll come back with options for your board to look at, and then at that point, it'll solidify kind of what direction we're going to go.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be ideal.
Yeah.
Sure. Any other final comments, questions from members of the board?
Just one question. You said contingency is 1.1 and change million?
Which one?
The contingency?
1.15, $1,115,858.
Oh, it's 15,000, not 115,000.
It is $1,115,000.
Can you make it a clean million and then move the 115,000 to roads?
That can be an option we can bring to your board. Yeah,
I think that should be an option.
Yeah, I think it's going to take
multiple things.
And the other idea.
Yeah, more than one fund.
Feeling from a lot of calls.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, I think that that concludes the day, right?
Probably open. Open to the public.
It's a public comment.
For comment,
for
and
this item?
then we'll
even
go
though it's
closed
just
session.
mock.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it
all
would be
right.
good.
So we will. I'll certainly allow public to comment on this entire process. This long agenda item that's been going on since 1:30. So those that wish to provide comment, now's the time to do so.
But you only have 3 minutes.
Okay, so seeing no comments, we'll go ahead and move to adjourn this meeting. I would like to adjourn again in the memory of all the victims. What's that? Oh, yeah, we still have closed session. I'm way ahead of myself here. So we are going to adjourn into closed session, but I do want to adjourn our meeting when we reconvene from closed session in the memory of all of the victims whose lives were ended in Orlando this past weekend. So we will move back into closed session. Do you have to report anything out right now, or no? Okay, cool. Okay, and I assume when we return, we'll return to an empty room. So thank you all for being here, and we'll see you. And we will have a special meeting. Looks like next Wednesday, which is the 22nd of June, related to our budget and special taxes. So thank you.